shit, my room is a mess. Holy. Okay. Hi Zeko. Hello. How are you doing? Long time no call. Long time no called. How are you? Wait, what is this music? Oh, I like this one. How are you? How is it going? I'm just making the tweet saying that we're going live. You're losing? What do you mean you're losing? What do you mean you're losing? How much are you losing? The music is way too loud. Alright. Any tips? Okay. Hi Clade. Hi Kotpa. Hello. How are you doing? How is your Sunday? Long time no see. Hi. Hello. How are you doing? How is it going? How is this Sunday for y'all? Hi Mike. Hi Daya. Daya, hi. Hi Costa. Hello. Hello. How is you doing, chat? Roll up your sleeve, please. Doll? No. Hi Cami, hi Ashkelon. Oh, Rising! Hey, yo, what are you up to today? Are you gonna be chilling? Wait, I need to fix some stuff. The tattoo VOD, didn't realize you were like, oh yeah, we are live doing the tattoo. We are live doing the tattoo. Okay. Hello. Pull up your sleeve. What the fuck? No. No. Why are you tired? What happened? Why are you tired? Today is Sunday. Yeah, but it's a nice Sunday, isn't it? I know that it's like a pain to think that tomorrow we're going back to work, but let's try to enjoy the Sunday, you know? Wait, I think that oh shit. Sorry, let me finish to make the the Instagram thingy as always. Sakura, thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much for that. Hello. Hello. Thank you so much for it.
To anniversary. Smiley face.
We're slowly getting to our year. Yes. Okay. Almost done. Rising, did you say what are you gonna do for today? Is it a day off for you, right? By the way, I'm changing the playlist because this is supposed to be the playlist that you were able to make. Some songs are disappointing. Yeah, we do have a new Hello Fresher. Did you see that? We have a new Hello Fresher. Let's go. We have a new one. We got a new one. Oh! Holy! Jake! 3 months already? I would say 3 months. Like, I feel like I know you since forever, actually. You know, I don't know if it's cringe to say, but I do. Shit. Hi, thank you so much for the 3 months. Appreciate you. So what is gonna happen today? First of all, I'm gonna get tattooed. As you might have noticed, I'm not in a tattoo studio. That's because you are debated. You were debated. I will get a tattoo, but it's gonna be a fake one. But since I debated y'all, I feel bad, right? So I'm not gonna get a tattoo. I'm not gonna get a tattoo. I'm gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fake ones. Are we? Is that okay? Are we? All in the face? No. None of them are gonna be on my face. None of them are gonna be on my face. What do you mean not okay? It is okay. Come on. 7. You leave that for shit. Come on. They should be okay. Oh yeah, remember to do check-in. And then what we're gonna be doing after, right after, is we are going to be playing The Sims. Alright? But in a very weird way. Which means from now on, all the subs that are happening today, so Sacro Grau and Jake for now, all the subs, the gifted ones, and all of those, I'm gonna create their specific sim, alright? And we're gonna put it in a house with no doors to get out. And we're gonna just let them leave and see who dies last. The last one that dies is gonna be VIP. The last one that dies is gonna get VIP. Do we like it? Do we like it? If you want to participate, you can also, like, if you gift one, it's the same, right? It's like you're still in it. Okay? The Sims Battle Royale. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hi, live. Hello. Nice. Nice. First tattoo here. We're going to do it here. Right here, right now. So I have different choices. I have different... Astro! Okay, wait. Let me write all of your names. Otherwise, I will forget. Astro! Okay, I got you. I got you. Astro, thank you so much for the gifted one. Appreciate you. Oh, I have 5%. Oh, 5%. And okay. I have Jake, Ness. Then we have Sacro Graal. I feel like... wait, let me write it on my board. With a big butt. I should have a big butt. I don't, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's not gonna happen. And then we have Astrophysica. There we go. I wrote you. You missed another chicken. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, we're officially transforming into a hot tub stream. Pedro! Pedro, thank you so much for the 5 months. Yes, Chibi, I'm getting all those tattoos. Pedro, thank you so much. Wait, let me write also your name on my board. Pedro.
Morning.
There we go, I wrote you on my board. Stupid shit. But before starting with, well, we have a lot of tattoos and I want to like figure it out with you what we're gonna do. Do we get to use weapons in The Sims Royale? I mean, I think what you can choose is you will be able to choose your skills. Alright? You can choose your skills. Alright? Where's the big pickle? I don't have anyone. So a lot of people actually thought that I was going to get a real tattoo. A lot of people asked me like, what are you getting? What is it gonna be? Oh my god, blah blah blah. I'm like, I feel bad now. But you should write those names on your skin. I mean, that's a little bit too much. So let me show you. Sabía que no era un tatuaje real. Hehehe, you're smart. Okay, let me show them to you. This is like because I'm gonna be like, for Halloween, I feel like these are okay, right? You thought it too? Oh no, sorry. Let me show them to you. These are gonna last like 2 or 3 weeks. Last time they lasted 3 weeks. So like a lot, alright? Okay, let me show it to you. So we have this one. All right? I feel like this one would be nice like here, like on the heart, something like that. Then we have the knife, which I think will be very cool, like this. I think this would be extremely cool, all right? Then we have the bumblebee. Wait, bumblebee. Bumblebee would be, I think it would be cool here at the end of the sword, you know? Or like maybe on the other side, like here. No, I really like the knife like going from here to here. I think that would be really, really cool. I am serious. We're actually doing this. Then we have the Medusa, which is extremely cool. But I don't know where to place it. It will be like cool maybe here. Like, you know, like right in the middle. But I'm not sure about that. Sandro! Sandro, shit! Sandro! Fuck. Wait, I have to write your name down. Did you hear what I'm gonna do later? Did you hear about it? Sandro, thank you so much. Sandro. Wait. Let me write it on my list. Sandro. I'm gonna put a per 2, so maybe we're gonna get 2 of them. Medusa in the arm, you think so? Oh! Sandro, you're gonna get 2 sims. Sandro, you're gonna get 2 sims. So you have double the possibility of winning the VIP. Is this fair? Is this fair? I was not thinking about it like this. Is this fair? Crazy pool. Sorry. It is? Okay. Okay, so now Sandro has double the chances. Okay, okay. That's fine. I don't like the pay to win. 1 is enough? Okay, I just wrote per 2. We're gonna figure it out later, okay? So Medusa, I don't know where, because I also have a moth. You see these ones? And I thought like the moth would have been cool to have it here, you know? And maybe the Medusa here, or like the opposite. Like this one right under. You know, like this. You know? I got them on the internet. Like I got it from like this brand. I tried already once. I'm not sponsored, no nothing. It's called Inkbox. They're nice. Like I got 1 already, and I got the juice box, because then we have the juice box, and we have to choose if we want a comeback of the juice box on the arm, which I found very cool. Very cool. Gifts are not working. Oh, sorry. Let me fix that. Wait for it. Wait. Yeah, should I get again the juice box on the arm here or not? What do you think? Medusa under and moth upper. You think? Moth upper here and Medusa under? I don't know, because the moth. Oh, thank you. Oh, we had a train. Thank you for the train. It was not showing up. Shit. Why was it not showing up? Stupid. I appreciate you for the train. I really, really do. Now we have the gifts. Now we also have the gifts. There we go. Yeah, with Juicebox G come back. Yes, yes, yes. And then we have this one, which I really like. This one is, okay, it might be a little bit cringe, but this one could be like the one that is actually like, you know, we can actually pretend that it's Then reconnect yourself. Why you're not working? Sorry. Mix it up, it stopped working. I don't know why. F for the music? What's happening with the music? Oh, because of Pink Floyd? Should be better now. No music? Do you hear it now? You have it, right? Yeah, okay, we have it. Let's see if Mix It Up wants to work today. But anyway, we have this one, which I find really, really cool. This one, it's really, really nice. And again, it's a little bit cringe. Mix It Up should be working now, by the way. It's a bit cringe, but I think that I would like to put it here, because you know that sometimes I write stuff on my hands to remind me. And this is like a, you know, like it's like I wrote myself like a reminder here on my hand. I think that this will be cute. I think this will be cute. Venus, I bought them in this place. You find it here. Like, the name is Eggbox. Not sponsored or anything. If they do something bad to your skin, not my fault. Try them out. Most probably I'm gonna die. But then we also have the Bumblebee. So I've how do we plan them? How do we plan it? I was thinking about making like a little bit of a drawing so we can decide together where all of them go. Let me find a new page. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. If this is my body. Nice. This is me, chat. I have 4%. This is me. Too much light. It's fine. That's me. All right. That it's accurate. Accurate. I was thinking we could have. Wait. What if why? I'm on a freaking computer. Why am I making it so difficult when it can be so easy? It should be like whiteboard.com or something. Whiteboard. Start a whiteboard. There we go. Why am I making it so difficult when it could be when it could be so easy? All right. Where the boobs are. All right. Listen. We're gonna try to make it like, you know, like. Let me. Top right. There we go. Okay. So this is me. I wish I had these big whip, but it's fine. All right. So I was thinking we could have the knife. Let me do it in gray. And a little bit bigger, maybe. No, it's, yeah, a little bit bigger. We could have like the knife here. That is a knife. All right. We have the knife there. And then we have the moth. I think that the moth will be looking nice under here. You know, like, that's a moth, all right? That's a moth, okay? That is a moth. And then we put the Medusa thing here. And then we put the Medusa up here. So like, you know, boobas here. It looks good, all right? It looks good. Let's remove the boobas for the sake of not having weirdos in here, all right? I think that would look good. And then we have the Bumblebee, which I think would be cute here, you know, like here, like here, Bumblebee. And then we have, fuck, we have so many. We have the juice box that could go here. We have the "you are enough" writing that could go on the hand. All right, looks good, copy. But we're missing this one. Where are we putting, like, I cannot put it on the, I don't know where to put this one. Yeah, I'm gonna keep them for 3 weeks. Yes, they're gonna be on for 3 weeks. On the other arm? Oh, what about on the, like, I do like a sleeve on it. Like a sleeve. Like, so I have like the juice box here and under this one. On the forehead. Shut up! Why are you becoming cummy? Near the ankle. I don't like the ones. On the thigh! What about on the thigh? Like, on the thigh. Like, here. A slave? No, a sleeve. On the shoulder? So we have a shoulder. I think that tattoos on the thighs are really, really hot. I think those ones are hot. So also that "you are enough," it could either be on the thigh. Okay, we can have it either hot or meaningful. So if we have it on the hand, it's like meaningful that "you are enough." If we have it on the thigh, it's like hot. None will see. Why not? Who's gonna see them? I mean, come in. No one actually. No one. Holy. Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe. What about this one on the hand? Is it too much to have this one, like the skull on the hand? Maybe on the arm. Oh. Shou Shan. How can? On the hand, this one, yeah, I think this one on the hand is nice. What is the point of me covering them? On the foot? No. I don't think I'm gonna put it on the... No, not on the foot. Not on the foot. Okay, we're gonna keep this one as something. Like, I don't know where to put this one. I really don't know where to put this one. I don't like it like on the back. On the side of the neck. On the side of the... No, that's too much. That's too much. Hi, Alessandro. Hello. If you ever apply to wild collar jobs, then hands will be... No, it's fine. I will be wearing like... I don't really care. Like... A little drop near the eye? No. Inner arm? I don't know. I think that I'm gonna put like the juice box here. I think we're gonna go for the juice... Why did it take so long? We're gonna go for the juice box here. And then we're gonna get... I don't know. No, I'm not gonna put the small phrase on my eyebrow for 3 weeks. I'm not gonna have like you are enough here. That's so fucking cringe. It would have been funny to do as one on your forehead. Yeah, it would be, but like... I cannot do it on my up here, chat. I cannot put that one there for 3 weeks. Do you understand? I cannot put that one there for 3 weeks. Forehead tattoo? Chat, I can, like, I know that, like, los tatuos se van a durar, I don't know, duran 3 semanas on the type. Okay, let's do this. We all agree on this one right here, right? I think this one is really cool here, right? We all agree with this one. Let me go get a mirror. Wait, let me go get a mirror. We need that one. Okay. You definitely cannot unless you know you'll stay inside for 3 weeks straight, which is not, because like next week we're going to Grenoble. We're traveling. I don't have to iron them on. What the fuck? CERN with Dolce Vita? I mean, do they care? Do they care at CERN if I have tattoos? I don't think so. So like there is a specific things that we have to go through. I would say let's start with this one. This one is the one that I generally really love. They don't care. They don't care. Let me drink a little bit of coffee. 100% approve. Cami, you're boring me. Why is Cami saying 100% approve? Okay, let's change music. Okay. Okay, what we have to do is like prep skin with the primer wipe. Okay, we're prepping it with this one. Exfoliate with this one. All right, let's do it. Hi, Fra. Fra 291,000. Hi. Working with a programming at CERN. Yeah, but I'm visiting. I'm not working at CERN, you know? A lot of people have huge tattoos here. There we go. Oh, I had makeup here, apparently. Let's go with the first one. Take my necklaces off. Shit, I don't know how to, like, I cannot remove them because I can... Shit. Now my hands are slippery. Shit, I have the nails. I cannot remove them with the nails. Okay. For sure, removing them is gonna be easier than actually putting them on. You have a huge monk on your hip? Chat, do you have tattoos? Do you have any tattoos? Wait, Cami, yeah, I know you have one. Which one do you have? You have like a writing, don't you? I don't remember. Nope? Like, and if you don't have it, why don't you have it? Like, because you don't like them? Or is it because like you're not sure? Oh no, Stenda, I remember. Yours were the ones that were similar to one of these, right? No, the ones that we were like buying online. I don't remember. Something like that. Oh no, it was like a moth for you two or something. Oh, Abix. Abix, a lot of love to you. A lot of love to you. Did you know that chat, like a lot of Hi, Ank. Yes, we actually chose it. We're gonna start with the sword here. Are your parents still at home? Do you wanna show them my new tattoos? Fuck, I cannot remove this necklace. Shit. The tattoos are cool, but I don't know what to get tattoo of. Okay, listen, I'm gonna call the big weapons. Mama! 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 Okay, wait. Okay, I asked my mom help for it. I was like, oh, can you please remove it? And she was like, why do you need to remove it? It's like, oh, I need to make like a tattoo. And she was like, a tattoo? There? Yeah. Oh, disgusting. Like a fake one, I hope. No, mom, I'm making it like a real one here by myself at home. Let me remove. Why late? What do you mean, why late? Late. Oh, you're talking to Kami. Okay. Mama is right. Hank did not answer, right? He didn't say if his parents are still here. I don't know how much I should prep. Mechanic, I bought them from a shop that is called Inkbox. I already tried one. They just gone. Okay. Hank, tell me if you approve. You can send them a picture of me. Yes. You can tell them, oh, this is the person I'm gonna go to CERN with. Do you approve? And we're gonna go for this one. Wait. Sorry, I don't have your sim camera, Ank. We're gonna go for this one right here. I have my mirror. Very, very big and masculine mirror. Alright. Because I want to be like, to start here. Alright? I want to start here. Hi, Tex. More to the boobas. We have so many. And many are also gonna go on the boobas. Fucking psychopath. But then we have to apply the tattoo. We have to peel off. Oh, we have to wait 30 seconds for Aria to dry. We have to wait for it to dry. Shit. Not a scam this time. For what? A scam of what? A scam of what? Zingaro! Today is a very weird stream. Zingaro, your name is gonna go on my board. Because later today we're gonna be playing The Sims. And I'm gonna create a sim with your name. And we're gonna see if yours dies first. Anyway. Zingaro, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Prime for 2 months. Wait. Oh, we have another one? Milky! Zingaro. Okay. You wanna be in The Sims too? Then you can give one, you know? Milky, thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Let me write you down on my board. And by the way, the more you...
Italian streamer.
Oscuro, what the fuck? I don't know you understood what you just did. I don't think you understood what you just did. I was joking. Thank you so much for that. Oscuro, I don't think you understood. Fuck! Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you for that. Oscuro, let me write down your name on my board. Oscuro, Signora. And I have to write per 10 because that means that you have 10 entries on the Sims later. So like I'm gonna create 10 Sims that are yours, and if one of them stays like last as the last one and doesn't die, you're gonna get VIP. So you got 10 entries. And I writing also your name, you get 1 entry. It's like a lottery shit. Thank you so fucking much, Oscar. You're crazy. You're crazy. Ank, I appreciate you so much for the gifted one. No, it was not. It was not. Appreciate you. It's a 24 hours the stream. Shit, I don't know. We're gonna end when it's gonna end. But tonight I'm gonna be at 9:30. I'm gonna be at Ank streams to like we are doing like a quiz thing to find out who is gonna come with us to CERN next week. Because for Ashkelon, Ashkelon, thank you so much for the gifted. Welcome in the entry. Okay, if you fuck, there's so many already. Ashkelon, thank you so much for the gifted one. I got you. I wrote you on my board. You saw it. Fuck. You want VIP on my heart? Anyway, I'm gonna put this one on here. So we want it to be from. Wait, it's gonna be longer than what we thought. I think, or maybe not, because I want it to be. Like, it needs to be straight. I'm scared it's gonna, like, peel. I wanted to take a nap and now I'm overstimulated. Poor Chibi! Poor baby Chibi! Just under the pomo of Adamo. No. Ank, because, like, we have this one. And you were not here. We have a little drawing of what we're gonna do. Look at this. We're gonna go for, like, the knife here on the neck. Then we have Medusa right here. Like, right here. And then we have a moth under the bobas. And then we have a juice box here, a bumblebee here, and a writing on the hand. And then we're missing a spot. We don't know where to put this one. No, we said the tie. I think this one goes to the tie, on the tie, which is gonna show up when I'll do the cosplay, I think. If I choose to wear a skirt instead of like the pants that I was thinking of. But anyway, which not a moth, a moth. A moth. This is a moth. It's like a butterfly. A moth. No moths under the boobas. Shut up. Wait. Let's go for the knife. Okay, I have to peel it. Wait, but then which? Oh, this one goes. Okay. Fuck. Let's do it as you do with like. I'm very, very scared of like, fuck, I'm very scared of like not centering it. I'm kind of shaking. Shit. Shit! Don't distract. Okay. Not centered? No, come on, it should be centered. It's going... maybe it's a little bit like here, but this one is going through this way. Fuck, I hope it's centered. No, come on, it should be. It should be centered. And now... we peel off the border. How am I supposed to peel off the border? Oh no! It's not straight, it's gay! Shit, how do I peel off? Fuck, how do I peel off the border? Stop trying to distract with the meows! Oh, yes. Okay, peeling off. Oh shit, it did not peel off here. Hi, Lord. Oh, what? Shit. I'm telling you, if I'm gonna like this, I'm most probably gonna get myself a real tattoo. Oh. Holy. And do you know how many people are gonna come in the chat in the next days being like, oh my god, is that a real tattoo? Yeah, on my neck. I cannot peel it. Wait, maybe I can peel it off from down here. Actually, it's more difficult to like peel it off than everything else. How long do I have to keep it on? 60 minutes! 60 minutes. Shut. 60. I'm not gonna call mom. She cannot see me like this. She's gonna remove it straight away. Oh, fuck, it's so difficult. No, 60. 60. 60. 60, Jake. Fuck. Wait, hey Siri. Set a timer of 60 minutes.
6 minutes
No,
counting
no,
down.
60. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Set a timer of 60 minutes.
There's already a 6-minute timer. Replace it.
Yes.
50 minutes, starting now.
I said 60. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Set a timer of 1 hour.
There's already a 50-minute timer.
Yes.
Replace it.
Yes.
1 hour, counting down.
Thank you. I triggered your Siri. Hi, Bob. Shit. I'm trying so hard to remove this. I cannot even like. No, I should stay. I should stay like this. Not move. Maybe this one was like the one that I was supposed to do as the last one. You know, like maybe I should have done this one as the last tattoo. Oli. Why is it so complicated to remove this side? Oh! Finally! Oh, finally. Hi, Ricardo. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. We good. We done. We done with this one. I think that it looks so good. Fuck. I think that it. I think it looks very very good. Like. Too good. Like, you know, like. Fuck. I feel like when I did it is straight. I feel like if I'm scared of like liking them too much because then I'm gonna actually get them for real. It's supposed to be a knife with a snake around it, you know. You can do a real one. I know I should not. I should not. But if I saw a person that has tattoos and they are very very cool and they are all red tattoos. All red tattoos. Oh my god, so good. They look so good. I am getting 6 tattoos. We're gonna go for the next one. Right here. I'm scared it's gonna be a little bit of boobas, chat. I'm sorry. I mean, it's not like... But, you know, maybe I should not... Wait. No, it's fine. Oh, shit. Are super painful. Really? They are? Cami, there's... You know that there is not anymore that... Let's see if it's... Wait, let's see if it... Fuck, there's way too many... Like, the beginning should be, like... Here. Maybe it's too close. Maybe it's too close. It will go way too... I will not do it on camera. I will not do it on camera. Yeah. But the idea was like to have it here because I feel like it will fit so well. It will fit so well. But then... I'm not gonna put it on the forehead. And then we have the one under... Like, also the other one I cannot, like... Shit, I choose, like, a very bad spot to, like, do them because I cannot... Where did the... Where did the moth go? Moth! Oh, right here. I feel like so in like also this one should go like right here. This one should be alright. You have not this issues when you have okay. Under will be better. But this one, what about the Medusa then? This is in the back? No, I'm not gonna put a butterfly on the upper side of my butt. Fuck. I know that I'm a basic white girl, but I'm not please. Not that much. No, this one. Yeah, I should have maybe put it like higher and like nothing on the forehead, no. What shall we go with the moth under here maybe? And maybe we can have the bumblebee down here. Maybe we can have like the bumblebee here. What about it? Moth under boob and bumblebee here. And then the Medusa, we can have it on the arm. And the juice box here. And then we have the other one on the thigh. Sounds nice, right? We can have the bumblebee here. Turtleneck sweater. Oh, even though I really like the bumblebee here. Like, I think that it will be super cute here. You know? Where do you think? Like here or here? The bumblebee. Where are we having the bumblebee? Here or here? Because I really like it here. It's not like anyone is gonna see it here. Bumblebee behind the ear? Like on this side though. Bumblebee here? How the fuck am I gonna put this one here, chat? How the fuck am I gonna put this one back here? Like, it doesn't fit all the way behind the ear, but I'm not gonna see shit. I'm not gonna see anything. Here? Need help from who? Mirror? But it's not like, it's not enough, the mirror, you know? I feel like collarbone, it's really, really nice. Collarbone here, it's really, really sweet. You know? Wait, let me check. Like, I have I have the t-shirt for like my cosplay. Let me see where is there should be like a shoulder off. I can also show it to you. Some of you already know, some of you already saw it, but like, this is like the one that I'm gonna wear for like Halloween. So it's like Shigo, you know, from Kim Possible kind of style. So like, if I have this one off, I can put the bumblebee here. I can put the bumblebee here and it's gonna show. If you do exclamation mark song, you get to know what song. Call Ank to help me. He's so far away. He's so far away. Halloween when? What do you mean Halloween? Like, oh, when is Christmas this year? You should put that on so you can dial the placement. Yeah, you think? Wait, actually no, it should be on the other side. Wait, I was going to mess it up so bad. It's gonna be like this side, the bumblebee. Because it's like this. Yeah, I know, I'm stupid. Yeah, like this. It's gonna be bumblebee here. So bumblebee here. Okay, let's do the bumblebee here. Let's do the bumblebee on, like, here, I think will be nice. On where there's the meat here, you know? Okay, let me clean that up with the primer. Wait, let me see it also here. I feel like, wait, no, I'm not gonna show boobas like that. Wait. Fuck, I'm like here. Before putting them on, think about the order. It's fine. But you're not gonna see the weird butterfly. The moth? The moth? No, you can see it. Okay, let's go with the bumblebee here. Ban incoming. No, we're chilly. Come on. Okay. Bumblebee. Hide cam command. No. I'm not gonna show anything. Don't worry. Like. Fuck. Wait. I cannot see. Wait. Wait. You're right, random. You're right. Shit, I forgot. I forgot. Oh, fuck the air. You're right. Shit. Thank you for existing, chat. Thank you. You see why I do these things live? Because I need you to tell me when I'm doing stupid shit. Oh, and I should not turn the neck. Okay. Wait. Let me... We'll be here. Alright. Okay, I like it here. Cool. We got tattoo number 2 out of 7. Meta! Meta, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you for the 3 months. Let me write down your name on my little board because today you're gonna be a sim and you might gonna die. Just letting you know. Meta addict. There we go. Thank you so much for that. Yes, you might gonna like for every single person that subs or like gifts subs, I'm gonna like every sub. It's like 1 entry to the... Wait, why am I still trying to remove the border of this one? It's gone. Oh my god. Subs get told they might die. Yes. Holy, no, not at all. You can ban also, Cami. Okay. What the fuck? Why is the border so difficult? 60 minutes. 60 squashy. So every sub or gifted sub is like 1 entry to like The Sims kind of Hunger Games. So like if you gift or if you sub, I'm gonna create like a sim for you, and the last one that survives is gonna get VIP. Refound? Shut up. Hi, Tommy. I got them from a company called Inkbox. Not sponsored, no nothing. I get so mad because of this thing. Wait, I have an idea. Wait. Wait, let me work smarter. Listen, I'm gonna work smarter here. Working smarter means... I know, Paolo. Thank you so much for that. I don't no need. What I'm gonna do is like, what if I cut 1 little side? Oh shit! Can someone put like a timer for the bumblebee? 1 hour on the bumblebee. Thank you. So I'm gonna cut without cutting my skin, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna cut a little. So then, if I am if I'm smart enough, I should be able to like... It does not. It does not. Wait. Shit. Fuck. Why from the upper corner? Why from the upper corner? The duck time. I'm getting... Fuck, these borders are like the ones that are about like actually keeping you the time, you know? Like once you get the borders off, oh, fuck, only one piece. Fuck, only one piece. Jim Rap defeated by a sticky tattoo. Wait. Because I fucked up the lower one? Nah. Let me... Oh my god, this is so annoying. But there are the instructions are just peel off the borders. That's it. Be nice, sorry. I'll try. Imagine now going to the gym with those tattoo. Hell yeah, I'm gonna like improve my weight so much. Is it coming off, please? Why does it have to be so difficult? That's what I'm saying, Matt. I feel like they don't like you should not even like keep a timer of how much you have to keep them on, because like after you peel them off, you know that it's time. Listen, this one is gonna stay up. I'm done. This one is gonna stay there. That's it. That's done. Next one. We're gonna go for the moth under here. We're gonna go for the moth under here. Let me see if I can place it off camera, because I think that will be like a tricky point. Not the mod. Not the mod. Duct tape to remove it? What? I am shaking my head so hard right now. Why not? Wait, let me just do it. So I can place it like in a proper way. So we're not seeing under boobas. Oh shit. Oh, wait. Okay. The moth is placed. The moth is down there placed. Placed. Right there. Nice. And now. Oh shit, no wait! Where are we supposed to put this one? Here? Fuck, I didn't. No, I cleaned it. No, I didn't. Oh, squashy. Fuck. I didn't clean it. Okay, we have the moth down there. Fuck, I didn't clean it. Chat, I need you to remind me this stuff. Should we still try to put this one here? Should we try to put this one here? Dirty. Shut up. Shit. It's too close. I cannot clean it now. I cannot clean it now. I'm sure if you clean it, shower, it should be fine. Yeah, but it's like, there's like a prime something that you have to put. You need a flat surface. Alright, I'm gonna ignore that. I'm trying, listen, I'm still trying for the borders, you know? I would wait to remove the other one before Medusas. That actually makes sense, random. That actually is a smart idea. We can wait. In 1 hour, we can make Medusa. Shit. Shit. These fucking borders. Like, I am removing the entire thing, you know? Face stats? I don't think so. Oh, can you please? Oh yeah, can you please can you please put a timer for the mod? Can someone please put a timer for the mod? Let me trigger your series. Hey Alexa. No, Alexa. Turn the set a timer of 1 hour. There we go. Knife, it's 5:40. It didn't take long. Come on. Oh! You're thinking like we can have Medusa here and the skull. Wait, where the fuck did the skull go? Scully? Hey yo, Scully. Skull? Skull? Hey yo, Skull. Ah, and here. We can have this one. Did I activate your Alexa? There we go. We can have it like one here and one here. You want to put tattoos in places where you can only see them. What's the point in asking? Don't know. Don't know. What do you think? Or do you want to go for the juice box? Want to go for juice box? And then we go this one on the thighs, this one on the other side, like here, and this one here. Shit, I'm so confused. Okay, while we think about it, we put this one that we know. I'm gonna put it here. Like, I really like it here. I really, really, really like it on the hand. I really, really like it. A pineapple? Shut up, Max. Why don't I just get a normal tattoo? Because I'm scared of commitment. I'm, a rabbit, we say in Italy. No, I'm not gonna put it on the eyebrow. I'm not gonna put it on the eyebrow. Come on. How can I do that? Le mato! Lemel, thank you so much for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Oh, wait. Let me write your name on my... Let me write down your name on my whiteboard. So then later you're gonna have your sim. Wait, let me... A little bit more here. Lemato. You're gonna later have your own sim on the sim, so you might gonna die. Let's go. Ink box. Do the one on the hand at last. Yes, I really... Wait, why at last? Alright, I'm not gonna be able to like move the hand after. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, we're gonna wait for that one. But... So then I'm confused with these three. You're right. So I'm confused with these three. Shall we have like this one here and Medusa here? Or, okay, we have two options. I guess we have two options. We either put them both here, alright? And we have the juice box here. And nothing on the thighs. So, mods, can you please do a poll with one is like solution number one is no thighs. Because it means that we put everything here. Alright? Or we try our best to put this one here after this one is done. You know, here. And then we put this one on the thigh and this one on the arm. You know? Shut up, Spectra. Shut up. Fuck, it's working here too. Fuck, it's working too. That Medusa between boobas is risky. Why is it risky? First option better? You think? I also like this one, to be honest. But then we have the... Where do we have the bumblebee? Oh, here. Bumblebee is here. Should the bumblebee be accompanied by the skull? No, I think that the skull should be here because it should look according to the inside, right? And Medusa should be next to the bumblebee, like this. Why not on the hand? Like, you mean like Medusa on the hand? Medusa on the hand will not be bad. Chat. It would look too much crowded. I kind of like the idea of like having it crowded. Like, shit. Fuck. Too much light. Not enough. You know? Why? Okay. Why not on the back? Alyssa, I love you. Can you come over and help me out to do it on the back? Because I had struggles to put it on the neck or to put it here, like here. Shit. Hands better? You think? But then I will also have the other one, the not enough. Ask my mom. My mom will definitely... My mom... Oh. Alright. My mom will definitely like tell me to not put any. No, she will definitely tell me to not put any. Plus I want to see them, you know. Medusa on the end. Okay. Let me do a poll, alright? Let me do the poll. Connect with Twitch. It was not connected. Give you an hour? Wear tattoos. Okay, so we have all on the chest. No ties. I don't know if that's how you write ties. Then we said Medusa under knife. Skull ties. Tie? I don't know if that's how you write tie. Oh, that's not how you write tie. Then thank you. Oh shit, can I? So you put a there. All right. No tie. No, this one and this one here. I put this one here. Oh, and then we said, oh, Medusa hand. Skull tie. Sounds fair to me. Wait. One, if you're a sub, your vote counts double because you know me more and you deserve to fuck up my life better. There we go. You... Where is the poll? Oh, here. Let me choose a nice thing. Oh, this one is the one that I like. Okay, you can just... Kangal, they're like 3 weeks. It's fine. They're just 3 weeks. No worries. You can just... by typing in chat, you can decide, you know? Just by just typing in chat, we can decide together. Because I generally don't know. Oh, I feel that a lot of people like the Medusa under the knife. Alright. I thought it was not... I didn't think it was going to be like this, to be honest. I didn't think it was going to go like this. Let me get caffeinated. Maybe I'm wrong for doing this, but I'll get more caffeine. With my water drop. Nice. They want booba error on camera. Oh, they want... It's not gonna be a booba error. It's not gonna be a error. Is the tattoo on your neck also real? Yes, I just made it. I just came back from the tattoo artist, and that's the one. I also have another one here. You see, like they have like the patch because they're healing. They're healing currently. Yeah, I'm getting a tattoo. Why? You see, why am I here? I got the tattoo. If I gift a sub, can I have a sim? Yes. Oh, well, you can because you can still do it, Kodpa. You can still do it. You can steal someone's VIP, or you can decide who to give it to. You will have that power. It's not subs money. It's not subs money. This is like something like I actually bought these like. When did I get the juice box, chat? When did I get the juice box the first time? When was that? Was August? Yeah, right? Was something like August, I agree. No, before August. No, maybe August. So I did it like so I got like the first one in August, and like I got all of these on August, and they sent me like a double of this juice box. I don't know why. I think that they got like they did a mistake. So they sent me a double one, and I should stand straight so the moth can. The end of August. Oh right, I didn't even think about it. So then since then I got like a lot of them, and I never used them because I was like thinking, oh, if I get to like a house, like I have to find a house and I have the tattoos, they're gonna think bad of me, right? Because there's still this concept in Italy. But now that it's winter, I can just cover up. No one will notice. I can also wear gloves. Yeah, Cole, they are permanent. Yes, they are permanent. Forever and ever, I'm gonna have this knife tattoo on my neck. Wait, so there's Medusa under the knife and the Musa. There's like a tie. Fuck. Medusa under the knife and Medusa on the hand. But I think that in both scenarios, Skull on the tide is the one that is winning, right? Wait. Is it from... Oh shit, I thought it was someone gifting. Instead it's like the song. It's the music. I misskipped that. Shit, I was like, what? Where did that came from? But you know what I was thinking? If it's on the hand, it's gonna go away easily. Like, way easily. Because, like, I'm washing my hands very often, right? So, like, if it's here, it's gonna go away more easily. Like, they were saying, like... I think that there is here. Avoid exfoliating. Continue to hydrate your skin. Oh yeah, there it is. It says like on the bicep, it has like a fresh look between like for a week, and then the second week is gonna like fade away. On the forearm, this is the forearm, right? On the forearm is like on same, almost the same. On the hand, 4 days, you know? And then, so it's like on the hand is gonna last for like a week only, almost. And then on the thigh, between 7 days and 14 days. On the calf, between 7 days and 14 days. On the ankle, it lasts so much. I was not thinking about it. I thought like, oh, you know, you wear socks, so it's gonna go away. Like, I think that maybe if you don't wear socks, like high socks as I do. Like, I usually wear a lot, like, the socks, you know? So, ankle is between 9 and 15 days. That's a lot. Impossible to... I'll go around like this. I'll go around this the ankle. Shut up. But for that, you need a bicep. Noemia! Oh my god! My cafe. Nice. I feel alive. So unhealthy. We were talking about tattoos, by the way. A friend of mine told me, like Joffrey, you know Joffrey. He told me that in France, I think, you cannot get like color tattoos anymore because they are unhealthy. Like they have like the bad things. I don't know. Like let me colored tattoos France. Are colored tattoos allowed in the EU? Let me see. Top right, there we go. The European EU has effectively outlawed. They actually did. You cannot have colored tattoos anymore in the EU. Shit! I had no idea. I thought it was just France, but it's everywhere in the EU. What? What? They banned the chemicals, you can still get them. Yeah, but it's if they're banned, you cannot get them. What? From what I know, they had to change the way they made... They're so dirty. The way they made the colored inks. Really? Only certain types of inks are banned. Okay. Not true. They banned some colors, but there are others that are harmless. Oh, alright. So it's like... Wait, is it like some colors like blue? You cannot have them blue anymore? Or is it like a specific brand? Yeah, that would be so bad. Like if you cannot have colored ones like anymore. It's not the color, it's the brand. All right. So that makes sense. Why did they make it like so... Why did they make such a cringe article? So fake. Just those two colors. Yes. So they changed the recipe? Okay. Metallic pigments. Oh, because of magnetic resonance? What? Oh, they're developing new colors, of course. Really? Like which ones, Rasa? Which colors cannot be made anymore? Which colors cannot be made anymore? Shit, imagine. I was thinking like, I was telling you that I saw this person having all their tattoos. I have been permanently scarred. Yes, master. I saw this person getting all red tattoos. Oh my god, that was so hot. So nice. Clickbait like my title. Kappa! Kappa! Kappa, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. I'm adding you to the board. Wait, the board should be... I'm adding you to the board, so later you will have your sim who's gonna try to stay alive. Fuck. Adding Kotpa. Fuck. I cannot type. There we go. Kotpa on the board. Wait, shall we? It has 3% of battery, but let's pretend to be a real like hot tub steamer. There we go. That's my whiteboard right there. You are on the board, yes. Every color but black, they have to change the recipe of every color. Oh, really? Holy. I'm very excited for later for The Sims. Did you know, Chad, that The Sims is now free? So all of you that were like, oh, I never played The Sims my entire life. This is so relaxing, blah, blah. You can actually play The Sims for free. Is it with Epic Games? Is it with Epic Games now? Oh, so you are not enough. You're gonna do it later. Let me put a lot of stuff away. This one goes there. Top quality board, thank you. I still don't want to play. Why not? I swear it's nice. People who bought The Sims, but I bought it like so long time ago that it's fine. It's completely fine. I have so many things to throw away. I cannot move much. They gifted a kit for a period of time if you had them. Yeah. I actually got it. I got it. Did you get it too, Elisa? First time I saw the time you were playing The Sims. Oh, really? Everyone in chat should be building an ideal life. Yeah, I agree with you. You too. You too. You know? Oh, I thought you were... Yeah. You tell it on your neck is medical science, right? Yes, I'm saying like... be nice to the doctors. To the medical students. This is me telling everyone you should pay respect to the people that are studying to become doctors. Yes. Why should we play The Sims if you provide us all the Sims drama? Oh, I love to play The Sims drama. Like later it's gonna be so much drama later. I cannot wait. Am I medical? Not. Actually not. Is it irritating me? What? Sim. I swear there is nothing in your nickname that I can actually read. I'm gonna call you Sem. I'm gonna call you Sem if you don't mind. Fuck. Shit. Holy. Doctor will replace by AI, it's fine. I don't think so. I think that you still need like some kind of like a human touch in it. Yes, it is a real tattoo. Yes, it is me. It's healing right now. I so not have a PhD in productivity. Let me tell. Oh my god, I found my new way. You know that I'm addicted. The tattoo, yes. No, the tattoo is not irritating me. No, it's not. You don't like the tattoo? It's fine. I didn't do it for you, Rasta. But what does the tattoo mean? I got actually 3 of them. You know, I got this one because it's like for as a respect sign for all the medicals out there that are, you know, like using their life to protect everyone else, and they're also like studying a lot and losing their mental health for becoming doctor and saving lives. This is a bumblebee. This is a bumblebee. Yeah, it's scary. So like I will have people stay away from me also because I'm an introvert. This is a bumblebee. This is okay. It's a bumblebee that it's a sign of like productivity and being a hard worker. That's how I am, but also looking cute on the outside. This is a moth because it looked cool. This is a moth because it looked cool. You know, that's it. That's everything. Fine. What I was telling you, I was saying something. Am I doing body painting with ink? No, I'm not. Fuck, I was going to say something, I forgot. Fuck. Oh yeah, I was telling you about my new. Okay, I got a new trick for me to be productive. So in the past days, like I haven't been doing a lot of like my skincare routine. So when are you getting a dinosaur tattoo? I'm not getting a dinosaur tattoo, but I'm getting a juice box. Juice box. Ciao, ma è vero che non stai più con Hank? Percepisci? Esci con uno. Perché esci con uno? There's so many wrong things there, Luca. So many things wrong. I've never been with Hank and I'm not going with anyone. What the fuck? Anyway, I got, okay, listen, I am very much addicted to TikTok, like very much, alright? So like to the point that I'm not doing like my skincare routine because at night I go to bed and I start like scrolling shit and I stay on my bed and like I don't want to do nothing anymore. I'm like tired and blah blah blah. I have been with you and now we are not together. Jeez, what a roller coaster. Imagine Hank discovering like this, like we've been together, we're not anymore. Oh my gosh, should I have my heart broken? Shit. So like I've been like scrolling too much, so I'm like doing my skincare routine, I'm like taking care of myself. I have also like when I was in my good side, I also bought like things for my hair, like a little like a serum that you put on your hair and you massage it. I'm not doing shit like that, nothing anymore, because I'm spending way too much time like on TikTok scrolling that shit. So like what I'm forcing myself to do this thing, which is my new hack. It's gonna last for like 2 weeks and then I'm gonna go back to my old routines, but it's fine. At least it's a little bit. But I'm gonna be like, what I'm doing is like, I am allowed to use my phone to go on TikTok only when I'm in the bathroom. So like only when I'm doing my skincare. So like yesterday night I was awake until 1, so I could scroll through TikTok, but at the same time I was doing my skincare. So that was good. That was good. They were saying that on Telegram. Oh shit, maybe I should enter on Telegram so I can everyone. What the fuck, and why I suffer too much to make a tattoo? What do you mean? I've heard that Nels from Space Valley found a way to do unbanned. He created a new account with another phone number. It's not a legal way though. Wait, what? To get unbanned. Oh, you should not. You should. It's illegal. It's illegal. Like you cannot. You cannot. Oh, from Tinder? I did it, Sarah. I did it with another phone number, like from someone, like from Ashkelon's phone number and email, and everything's still banned again from Tinder. No, it is not, Jasper. It is not. But like, so the idea is like I'm doing like a lot of my skincare routine now. I'm doing like a lot of like my skincare routine thanks to this situation. Also today, like I was also early to the stream today, if you didn't notice, because like I was scrolling on TikTok while I was getting ready. Oh, Jasper, thank you for the 100 BDs. What? What was that for? What was that for? So like now it's perfect. Perfect. Why did I get banned from Tinder? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think that either I was reported or because I was doing the Tinder, like I don't use it personally, right? I was on Tinder just when I was on stream and we were scrolling through the profiles, but I was not showing anyone's photos, pictures or anything, nothing like that. Not even like personal details, just scrolling through it. And we were like going left to each person. We were like saying no to each one. So I think that maybe they thought we were a bot. I think that maybe they thought that, you know. I think. I'm not sure. You noticed that I was live on time? You see that? You saw that? That's because I have my new routines. That's my new way of getting ready. I'm not sponsored. I know. I also would like to be a sponsor of like sponsored by Tinder. I would love to be sponsored by Tinder because like I don't hate Tinder. I don't use it. I used it in my past, but I don't currently use it. But I feel like if you understand how to use it, like in a decent way. Sorry, I just wanna peel off this part. I'll still do this as a it came off so smoothly. Someone thought I was stolen the identity. What the fuck? What would Tinder even sponsor for? Oh, just for like doing it on live. I know. Okay, I cannot remove all of it because it's under boobas and it's all right. Let me just check on it. I don't think that he's been touching the skin. Oh no, yeah, it was touching skin. It is touching skin. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, Muzia. Yes. Other people are from doing Tinder and they're not banned. I know, but I don't know why I was. Valentina! Valentina! Valentina, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Valentina, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you very much for it. Wait, let me put you on the list. Wait, let me also change the playlist, the songs, because I don't like it. Okay, let's go for something more in this mood. But Valentina, let me add you to the board. The board is for like if you sub right now, or if you gift a sub, like each sub is like an entry for you to get VIP. So like how it's gonna work, I'm gonna create a person on The Sims that it's yours. You can choose also, I think that if we don't have too many, we can choose like we can choose how many, you can choose like your skills, your shit, whatever like you want. And the last one, Valentina. And the last one standing is gonna get VIP. The last one standing is gonna get VIP. Oh shit, it's gonna get VIP. Fuck, I should not stretch this arm because we have the bumblebee here. A pay to win. I mean, a pay to win for the VIP. I mean, that makes sense, right? But thank you so much for that, Tina. I appreciate you. Do you know her, QB, do you know them? Oh, I'm still trying to remove from this one. I should not. Alright. It is real. What do you mean? It is a real tattoo. Look at this. It's healing right now. Randomness will be more fun. What do you mean randomness? Like anyone random? Anyone in chat? But then it's randomness in chat. You know that we have the game, the Russian roulette of the VIP or ban. But we do that when we do the unban request. When we're doing like the unban request, we do the roulette where like you decide if you want to join. If you join, there is a chance you're gonna get picked to be a VIP for a month, or you're gonna get banned for a month. Those two choices. No in between. No in between. Between who subscribes and who gifted. Oh, I just wrote it down, and we're gonna decide together later. But I think that it makes sense. You know, like. Thank you, Messiah. It's healing. You cannot touch it like this if it's real. No, I'm stretching. I'm not touching it. I'm stretching the paper around it. You know. It looks like I have. Oh no, it's the paper on it. It's the paper. Hello, Ishan. Hi. Hello. How are you doing? How is it going? Did you not consider other locations? What do you mean? Hidden. Welcome in, and then let me write down your name on the board of the people that are gonna get their own The Sims. No, it's not blue the final color, but as soon as you get it, it's blue. And then in 1 hour, like in 1 day, it's gonna get to become darker. Hidden, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. Hidden partition. Hidden partition has 1 entry to become a VIP. Did Mama G see that? No, not yet. I'm scared when she will see it. Kilby, I don't think that this is the best place for me, like for you to ask me a consultation about marketing. I guess you can DM me though. All of my DMs are always open. I try to answer to everyone. Why? What do you mean? No way I would get a tattoo on my neck. You know that I'm a bad person. I am sick. I am ready to kill. I am a bully. I am a rebel. Of course, I'm a savage. Yes, of course I would get a neck tattoo. What? You get a tattoo as well on Monday? Shit. Shit. Oh wait, in few minutes we can remove this one. In few minutes we can remove this one. My neck is weird? You are weird! What do you mean my neck is weird? Shut up! Fuck. My neck is... Look at these people and your neck is weird. Shit. I have the paper on it. I have the heating paper on the tattoo. That's why, you know? What? Why are you calling me dumb? Why are you calling me dumb? We won't be able to see that. You're so tall that we won't be able to see the tattoo. No, Sarah, that's the point. Like, I'm so tall that since you're gonna be under me, you're gonna be like seeing all of the. This is not a good angle. That's not a good angle. Oh, you're gonna see the entire tattoo, you know? Am I a male? Yes. Yes, I am. I actually am. Your mom's... Oh my god, your mom loves that. Your mom loves it so much. I am very tall, Ghost Warrior. I am around 196. Asian! Asian, thank you so much for the 2 gifted. Oh my god, Asian, thank you so much for that. Oh, Kami, can we have Sniffa? Can we have this? I'm on the 7TV emotes. Ciao, mama. What is that disgusted face? Ciao, mommy.
Che schifo, ma resta così.
Sì. She's like, it's gonna stay like that? Yeah. And she left. Oh yeah, Kami, we need Sniffa and Licka. I don't know about but I feel like Sniff and Lick. Because Sniffa and Lick are Italian version of it. But anyway, I was saying, Ishan, thank you so... Ishan, oh my god, thank you so much for the 2 gifted ones. I really appreciate you for it. Let me write down your name on my board. So later you're gonna have... So later you're gonna have your name, your The Sims on... your sim on The Sims. Your sim on The Sims. Ishan. And you might gonna have a VIP. Let's go. Shit. No, Masri. No. Igor G is just an hallucination. She cannot harm you. We don't have it. Shut up. We don't have Sniffa yet. Kinda, Ghost. Kinda. By the way, if you are in Torin... Wait, Strumox 22. Are you the Strumox? I'm confused now. Sorry, my brain works very slow and I get to realization very, very late. Anyway, where wasn't I banned? Weird. From Tinder I was banned. It's not that. Okay, never mind. It's not that Storm Wars. Okay, fair enough. I do have like, if you are in Turin, we're gonna meet in Turin. So that's for sure. If you are in Turin for Halloween, we're gonna meet there. So just remember to follow on Instagram to get to know like where and when and blah blah blah. Also for Eng, you know. You thought I already did it, Tizzo. I already did it. It's already done. You see, like I'm live showing you my real tattoos. They're right here and fuck, I forgot here. Yes, those are my real tattoos. What? Yeah. Strumux is 26. Like years old. Years old or what? Does he change his nickname every year? Italian tattoos? What do you mean, Mosiah? Italian tattoo? This guy, Italian tattoo. Shit. So we decide? We did. So we're gonna have the Medusa under the knife. Okay. We're gonna have the Medusa under the knife. So right here, as soon as this one is done, which should be in 5 minutes, right? Yeah, 5 minutes. It's gonna be in 5 minutes. Alright. In 5 minutes, this one should be done. Real tattoos from cereal boxes? Shut up! Shut up! Okay, so... to get this one on my thighs, I need to have, like, short pants. Fuck, it's cold. It's fucking cold. Hi, Kiara! Hello! How are you? Okay, she's doing it for Halloween. I get it. Oh, no. No. I'm not doing it for... Yeah, I'm doing it for Halloween, but also for the rest of my life, you know? Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yeah. Wait, why do we have an announcement? You just said about... Right. Oh! Oh, thank you! Thank you, Kami, for taking care of that. Sorry I didn't see it. Thank you for it. I was like, why this professional got a neck tattoo? Wait, no, wait, what? Everyone can have neck tattoos. What is the Sims Hunger Games about? It's like, for each person that subscribes or like gifts one sub, alright, you get to have one entry in The Sims, which means like for each gifted one or like sub that you made on that day, you're gonna have one sim. In this game, I'm gonna put all of these Sims together in one house with no doors to leave. And the last one that survives is gonna be the one that is gonna be VIP. You better start with the Sims, otherwise there won't be deaths today. Nah, it's gonna be, I'm gonna put three speed, so we're gonna be alright. We haven't all day, Kami, it's fine. Thank you for taking that. So it sounds like fun, yeah. Not creepy at all? No, not creepy. So now, Ishan, you have like, to make you understand, like right now you have 2 entries. Oscura Signora has 10. Fuck, has 10. Fuck, they're a lot. Timers check. We still have 2 minutes on this one. 2 minutes on this one. We're cool, Leo. But then 2 minutes on this one, not on this one, then we can work, as soon as we're done with this one, we can work with the, why do I keep losing stuff? We can work on the Medusa. We can work on the Medusa right under. Oscar Senor has the whole Mordor army on his side. Shit. For real. Like, there's gonna be like 10,000 of Oscuro Signore. You are the fellowship. You got this. I believe that. It's always like that. In the end, like, it doesn't matter how many you get. I mean, no, it does matter. Like, for probabilities kind of side, you know? I hope tomorrow someone will call me for what? We'll call you for the new house. I'm gonna put on like a turtleneck, you know? No one will notice if I put a turtleneck. You know? No, that's an illegal job. Illegal job, chat. Don't do it. Don't join it. Don't. That's illegal. No. Illegal. Oh. Cookie! Cookie!
Grew to live in fear, but no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling.
Cookie, thank you so much for 2 months. Cookie, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Holy! Holy! Cookie, let me write you down here. Let me write you right down here. You like my tattoos? I appreciate you. Cookie Beat.
Some love.
How do I write Cookie Beat? Cookie. Ishan! Ishan! What the fuck? Ishan! I know you wanna get VIP, but fuck! Ishan, thank you so much for the 10. What the heck? Ishan. Why are you making it weird about my arms? Ishan, thank you so much for the 10. Man, what the heck? You got 12 entries now. I didn't mean it to make that much paper to win. Like, it's not a big deal to become like VIP, I promise. I promise it's not like such a big deal. I appreciate you. Oscuro Signore con Mordor. Ishan Isengard. Ishan, thank you so much for that. Oh. Ishan, what the heck? Yes, they are, Chiara. Around 2 weeks. Ishan, thank you so fucking much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much for that. I appreciate you very much for it. For the 10. Holy. Holy. So if you got a gifted one by Ishan or by Oscuro Signore, can you please say thank you? Thank you. For better odds? Okay, let's try this one. What do we think? Is it like... Let me see it. Oh my god. Okay, it's tilted. It is tilted. Oh, it's so cool. It is tilted, but I think that maybe it's because the sword it's tilted. Oh, Rising, you missed it. My mom entered. She was like, "Is it gonna stay like this?" Yeah, this is so good. Shit. I really like it. Okay, we work on the Medusa now. If you're just arrived and you think this was real, shame on you. It's fake. I'm actually gonna put another fake one under here. I have a weird neck? What do you mean I have a weird neck? You have a weird neck. It's not tilted. You have scoliosis. Shut up. It's not center, but it's even better. Wait, no. Come on, a little bit. Wait, let me... Okay. Come on, it is centered. Right? Oh, did you like the cracks on my neck? Stop pulling. Come on, it's fine. So. I mean, I did it like by myself. What if I tilt my neck like this? What if I go like this? Why is everyone throwing so much hate? It's fine. Thank you, Alex! I appreciate you. It's fine, they can, because it's not permanent, you know? If it was permanent and we were actually acting like that, I would be so mad. But they know that it's not permanent, you know? So I appreciate you. Appreciate you though, Alex. So we have this one. We need Medusa under. We need Medusa. Right here. It's a katana. Yes, of course it's a katana. I really like it. Shit, it's so good. They're jealous. I agree with them. Ha! You chat are jealous. Oh, we have to prime. We have to prime. You cannot see the central axis well? We are all a little bit tilted, right? Wait, wait, but I don't wanna, like... Shit, I should not touch... I should not touch the previous tattoo, right? With the primer, otherwise I'm gonna remove it, and we're not gonna get to remove it. I'm covering. You cannot see shit. It's just skin. You cannot see shit. I mean, if you get excited for some skin that it's, I don't know. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put it on off screen though, this one, because it's, wait. All right. Whew. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I was spilling it in the wrong way. Wait, what is this? Wolf! Wolf, thank you so much for the 2 months. Remind me that I have to add you. Remind me, I have to add you to the subs in The Sims. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. I want this one to be centered. Okay, maybe it was a bad idea to put it there. Maybe, oh shit, it was a very bad idea. Okay, maybe... Listen, maybe it was a very bad idea to put it there. Let me... Okay, maybe it was a very bad idea. Maybe... Give us the boobas? No! You're not gonna have boobas. This is maybe a bad idea. Anyway! Wolf, thank you so much for the 2 months. Let me add you to this. Fuck, this is getting even weirder. Like, with stuff on my... let me add your name to my whiteboard. Oh my god. Wolf. Heart. You got 1 entry in The Sims, so you might gonna get... You got 1 entry to become a VIP. In our Russian roulette of, like, The Sims. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Let me actually... Thank you, Janine, for writing that. I'm gonna use it. To make, like, a new command. There we go. So we can put... Right. There we go. And here I thought you were this also streamer that liked to study. I was so wrong. I'm sorry. Howdy. Howdy, thank you so much for the gifted one. Wait, let me... It was the first room, right? Let me enter you. Let me enter you in this. Wait, I have to do it like a real poo streamer. Give me the second. Euribor. Eury, thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you very much. Wait, let me ban Giuseppe. Bye. Go look at Pinne somewhere else. You feel confused? Same. Katari, same. This is so out of my comfort zone. Is the final color blue? No, Cami, in like 1 day it's gonna get to be dark, like black. My mom will be very disappointed, yes. Let me enter you? Kodpa? You good? Kodpa, are you good? What? I said that? No, let me enter you in the list. No, Kodpa! Oh, hey Siri. Set a timer of 1 hour.
1 hour.
No,
starting now.
The chat usually is not down bad. Chat is usually not down bad. We're usually very awesome, you know? We're usually very, very awesome here. It's I don't know. It might be like the tattoos. They're getting out the rebel side of them, you know? Meta! Aida, thank you. Aida, thank you so much for the other one. Wait, let me add you. I already have you, right? Let me per 2. You have two entries to the. Wait, did you give it to someone? To Tontolina? Shit, I just noticed. Dumb. Jean-Marc! Oh, Jean-Marc, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate you. Let me add you two, to the entry of The Sims. Jean-Marc. To be honest, I was kind of worried that this thing of The Sims was not going to work, and we were going to have like 3 people. I appreciate you so much for this. I appreciate you for the support and for helping me to create the content. No, only one sim. I want to die. What? But if you don't die, then you get to be VIP. Don't you want to be VIP? What is the entry for, Sira? Is like, you get the entry to become like a sim. Oh, there we go. Maria Kego. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for triggering the command. Now you have to put the Sims in a mention. I'm thinking like, what? You know what we could do? Oh, wait. I have to put this one, right? And I have to put... So we set this one on my hand. No, the last one. The juice box. Juice box is gonna be back, right? Let me put the juice box here. Let's do the juice box also. And then, once we finish all of these, we start to create the house. Alright? The poll is hurting you? Sure. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me, actually. Right. You've done 10 subs, you will have 10 sims? You did... Wait, you gifted 10 subs? Were those 10 subs? Oh, you mean like in general, Auri? Like, I'm talking like right now. Like today, you know? Oh, if you done. Yes, Auri. Yes. Sorry. Yes. That's how it works. Yes. Wait. Está controlando el tempo. Some people are. Okay, so here. You got it? Yeah. We have to do it straight. The last time that I did the juice box, people were mad at me because it was not straight. Alright. Juice box, where are you? There. Let's go. Oh my god. Let me sit on the mirror. I think this is fine. Fuck, I didn't let it dry! It's not that difficult. I have to clean, let it dry, apply. Why do I forget? It's such a easy... Oh my god. Why do I forget this easy task? Why do I forget them? They're so easy. Why do I need it? And this one is like one of my favorite one because it says like, it's like a juice box that says fuck it, suck it up. Suck it up. You know? Okay. We got this one. We're missing this one on... Wait, let me go wear like short pants so I can put this ones on. Give me this second. Do you wanna see how much like fantasy I have in my drawer, in my closet? You wanna see how much fantasy I have? Same pants short. Timer off for the shoulder tattoo. Oh, okay. Wait, shoulder, was it here? No, what's here? Okay. Shit, I cannot move this arm. Fuck, I cannot move this arm. Okay, I'm lucky because my head is attached. Wait, I'm gonna keep this one on a little bit longer because I feel like if I wear this one on it, it's gonna like ruin it a little bit. I don't know. Wait, let me check the View that will light blue. Wait. I don't know. I'm not tonta. Mat is in 4 minutes. Okay, wait, okay. I'm getting so. Oh. Okay, so this one. Bumblebee is off. Bumblebee is officially off. You cannot see it. Me neither. Wait, shit. I cannot see shit. Wait. I hope it gets darker because right now it's very, very light. It's very, very light. They're gonna get like darker with the time. Then we have this one in 4 minutes, but we have this one on the thigh. Where though on the thigh? Where? Oh, wait. Like here? Here? Maybe on the other one. Maybe here. Like this? Oh, it's this one. I feel like the face should go like towards the inside, not the outside. Right? It should look towards the inside. Don't look at my knees. Don't. On the side? Nah, I like it more on the front. Okay, let me apply the primer. All right. Oh shit! Fuck! Why did I do that on the right side? Because now I cannot. Now I cannot move this arm. This looks so weird. The important thing is that all the tattoo with eyes look forward, never back. Well, if it looks at the center of me, is that forward or the back? Let it dry first. Yes. Yes, I will remember that this time. Okay, I cannot be more clean than this. Oh, and after this we have the one on the hand. I did remove the bee. Let me see if it's a little bit. Is it darker a little bit? Yes, I think so, a little bit. Hi, Lime. I did something. Sorry. By the way, I started a new anime. I don't know if you know it. It's called Sided Gate. What's the name of it? Are you see the weather for 3 weeks? Oh, are you asking me if I saw the weather for the next 3 weeks? I did not. Was I supposed to? Let me tell you the name of the new anime so you can tell me if you saw it too. It's loading. Sorry, it takes a little bit of time to open my Netflix. Steins Gate! Steins Gate. That's the one. Oh shit, I should stop moving the arm. Have you seen it? Has anyone seen Steins Gate already? Strumox, I mostly like practice it. No? One of the best. I watched like the first episode. I'm like a little bit like nothing crazy. I feel like I have to do it like while standing. Alright. Nice. We got it. Is it good? Is it good? I heard that it was really good, so then I started to watch it, and I saw like the first episode. It's like, it's fine. Like it's, I don't know. Maybe it's like it's gonna get better in the next days. Set a timer. Can someone set a timer, please? Can someone set a timer? I already have the one for the juice box, I think. It takes a bit to warm up. Okay. Staying skate 0? Really? Make a tattoo in the face? Alright, I'm gonna make this one right here. It would be so fucking hot, to be honest. I am very close to thinking about making it here, like on the eyebrow. But then, if I think about it, maybe not. Because I cannot hide it, you know? Like, I cannot hide it at all. But I saw like a lot of like filters that I was trying, and they're so good. And you know you can try filters with the tattoos on and all of that. And they looked so good. So fucking good. Did someone set up the timer? Okay. We got one last one. We got one last one, and then we start creating the house on The Sims. And we can, on the leg, no, you are enough is gonna be here, as if it was like a pro-memory. You know, like I'm reminding myself. CERN with tattoo? Yes. Yes. I'm starting to feel hungry. Timer is up? Okay, I got you. Thank you, Janine. I'm gonna leave it there for a little bit longer because I feel like because there are wrinkles, it's gonna take a little bit more. My parents are... Oi! You made popcorn? Shit. Anything permanent? No. Not yet. Okay, so I'm thinking like straight line here. Straight line with the finger. Right? Fuck. This when you're talking like that. Oh my god, the anxiety of making this one right. Okay. It's fine. We got this one. This one would look really cool. Like, this one would actually look good, I think. Well, it is supposed to be the last tattoo. Yes, it is the last tattoo. And we're done. We have all of them on. The hand one says, you are enough. I think that it's cute. Let's go through this. Let's go through this. Let's remove. Wait, is it? Has it always been? Like there is one side that is easily peeling? Are you fucking joking? Are you fucking joking? Like each one of them has one angle where it's like easy to peel? Wait, let me... I've been struggling so much. Because I couldn't see it, you know? Like, I couldn't see it. Lady! Hi! Happy to have you here. How are you doing? What do you mean finally came to alive? You were never able to? What happened? You told me before? How did you tell me before? How did you see it when I didn't? How long have I... All right. All right. Holy, we got all of them. Oh, wait, can I also remove this one then? Oh, it's so wrinkled up here. It's gonna be so bad. This one is gonna be so bad because it's super wrinkled up. Like, if I stay like this, it's gonna be less wrinkled. I think. Shit. Juice again? Yes, juice again. Wait. Oh, they're gonna get darker. They're gonna get darker. I cannot see. Why I cannot see? There should be an easy side to peel. This is not easy. This is not easy. That is not easy. These are not easy to peel. The more I touch it, the more it becomes a mess. All right, I'm gonna stop touching it. Oh, I'll stop. Okay. Let me open The Sims so we can do this to see who's gonna die last. You ready to see who's gonna die last? What tattoo, Dominics? I'm so hungry. I think this is my password. No. Fuck, I don't remember. Yes. Nice. Where can I order the tattoo and can custom it with the you got a point made? You can custom it. You can customize your password. Like your tattoo. You can customize your tattoo. It's on Inkbox. I am not sponsored by them. Okay, so I don't want to hear about it like, oh my god, I got that disease out of it. I'm not sponsored. I don't get it. All right, I don't want to have any responsibility on this. Just check it out if you can. If you cannot, I tried one already, so now I see that my skin can do it, so I do it everywhere. Okay, all right, that's the name of it. That's the name. Okay, The Sims is downloading. It needs like 30 seconds. I'm gonna get myself a snack because I'm starving, so then we can start to do the whole thing with the Sims. Be right back. Hello. What do you mean you cannot show Kappa? Let me find Kappa for you, Kami. Why? Now you should be able to show Kappa, Kami. Now you should be able if you want to. Okay. I'm getting my cookies. You are vibing? You were vibing? Oh! Lady! Is that you? Okay, so you have to understand that Every time that I receive a DM or like a message or like anything that is like, oh, it was so useful, blah blah blah. I'm like, you tear me up. And lady sent me like a message on Instagram, like a wall, and being super nice. Like, all right, thank you. You decide to wake up, like wait, this morning you woke up and you decide to make me cry. Hallelujah. For real. Puro.
Grew to live in fear, with no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling.
Sorry, I cannot move too much.
With the sound of falling sand.
Puro Espirito, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Let me write down your name on my whiteboard. Fuck, 43 people. I appreciate you, Puro. Puro Espirito. I got you. I will make a new sub, a sim for you, and it's gonna be with your name. And if your sim stays up last, like it doesn't die as first, it doesn't die at all. You and Stefan are gonna. Shit! Thank you so much for that, Stefan, for the 3 months. Wait. Yes, the tattoo is finished. That's why I'm dancing like this. Thank you so much, Stefan, for the 3 months. Thank you so much for that. Let me... Stefan... I'm gonna just call it Stefan. Great, Great, thank you for the gifted one to Lady. That means a lot. Thank you so much. Lady, I'm so happy to have you here. I'm trying so hard. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm very happy to have you on stream for the first time. Whoever make Cry G needs a sub by me. Should I tell my mom that you owe her a lot of subs? Is that something that I should say? Okay, let's make this new let me see. Let me see. What tattoo? You can copy the Sims you made, right? Otherwise I see 24-hour stream. We're just gonna...
I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but I turned myself around.
Jose. You give the sub to Mama G every day. It's fine. It's fine. Kami did not add them yet. It's fine. Wait. Where is the game? Would this be alright? And the game capture? Game, The Sims. Okay, should be alright. I just need to... Top right should be alright. Yes, we got this. We got this. But is it on the game? Wait, I want to try to see. Oh, it's the game. Perfect. No. Yes. Is it? All right. All right. We got it with the game. Let me know if you die. We will let you know. Okay. Okay. I got you. Let me... Oof, oof. All right. Let me... I have so fucking many things up here. You have no idea. I'll watch The Sims Hunger Games with real people. Let's go. Let's go. But as with the tattoo, now the Bonanza will see her and run away. Oh, hell yeah. Imagine. Imagine. Neck tattoo seems sideways? No, it's fine. No. It's not. It's completely fine. Wait, we were done with the moth. Let me check the moth. Wait, let me check the moth. Wait. Let me check the moth. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. I'm gonna keep it up. I'm gonna keep it there. Oh, no. Oh, maybe I should not. No, I should remove it. Oh, it's so bad, I think. I think that the moth is gonna be very, very bad. I think that the moth is really faded. I think that the moth is really faded because it was way too wrinkled. Shit. It's fine. It's fine. Checking the mod. Oh, I thought I had a tattoo here and I was scratching. I don't know, it was just... What is the song? Oh, wait, let me put it... Alright, we got it. Not clean mod? No, not really. Oh, I did not clean it too, that's why. Wait, let me also eat a little bit more. Alright, so... We have to make... Papa, I don't need lessons. I'm trained on the Sims. So the first one... First one is for Jake. Jake, I'm gonna put it in your gender. But then we're gonna go random.
Christine.
How random do you
What
wanna
a
go?
shoots day.
Oh,
You want, okay, let's do this. Jake, when you write
What
stop in
these
chat,
are?
that's the one that you're gonna get.
Oh, Lavoy Mabiza. Shanib Doyum, huh?
Tell it when.
Oh, Zatorg.
This is Jake.
Gusha Blanco.
Name Jake. Last name Ness. There we go. And we're gonna choose. I don't know.
Ooh.
It's random. Yes, it is random, Kami. We cannot make 43 persons. We cannot make 43. The Yakuza guy. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna get the first ones.
Wimba. Move.
You're gonna get the first ones. Oh, the first one of each. So like, there we go.
You say.
This is for Jake. Then we have a cold sim. What the heck?
Yazip.
Then we have Sacro Graal. Sacro, are you still there? Sacro, are you still there? Otherwise we can we go shake? Can we not go shuffle also for this? Oh wait, we can also do this actually. There we go, that's you. You are gonna be clumsy,
Ooh.
romantic, and a loner. Tell me how close am I with this one? Tell me how close this is. If it's any close. Wait, what happened? No. All right. 100% accurate. Perfect. Then we have the one for Sacro Graal, but I don't think that they are here. I'm just gonna go random for them. This is Sacro. Oh, Sacro. Surname Graal.
Ah.
There we go. Random. Creativity.
Ooh.
This one. And we're gonna go random for this.
Marlene.
There we go. This is Sacro
Quimba.
Graal. Hi, Only. Hello. Hello. Romantic and a loner. Is it a fit together? I think so. There are people that are loner. Loner in a crowded house. Shit, that's gonna be bad. He's also he's a glutton.
Chibi.
He's materialistic. And he's also
Dambala was
romantic,
Susa.
you know? Jake, that could maybe that could be something. Then we have Astrophysica.
Horm Agonal.
You know what we're gonna do from now on? It's gonna stay the gender that it gets out. Did he said chibi? Who said chibi? It's gonna stay with the gender that comes out. So this is Astrophysica. I don't know if there's a number. I don't think there is no number. This is their surname. Perfect. And random of these, and it's gonna be Deviants Malescence. Holy shit. Holy. Another one. We have the next one is gonna be Pedrolo. Pedrolo. I think that there was like a number after Pedrolo, but I don't remember. You're gonna be like this. And this is gonna be a family. You wanna have a big family. Cool, because you are gonna be in a big house with a lot of people. Next one.
Weasel Babid.
Who is this? This is Sandro. This is Sandro. And they want to be food. We want to be chef. Where's Sandro? Sandro 1. So this is Sandro 1 because then there is Sandro 2. I think that there's a maximum
Mora,
of people
hey, you
though,
both
you know?
so powered,
Sandro,
Chorg.
2. Terapia. He wants to be rich. What are you gonna be? Athletic, a genius, and vegetarian. You want only one? Alright. You want only one shot? Alright. As you wish. Zingaro!
Muy sto quopa.
Let's put it. Zingaro. I don't know. I don't know. Maximum is 8 people. I use a mod. I have to use a mod to move more people than that. Then we're gonna go 8 people at the time. We're gonna go 8 people at the time. I'm gonna make a very, very small house. First 8 people. Oh no, we're fortune knowledge. This one. And then we have Milky.
Omiva. Uh-huh.
Looking nice, Milky there. What's the rest of Milky at? Milky AFK. Alright. AFK. Random here. A perfectionist. Active. And a childish. I can see childish there. Mikey. I can see that. Love. Oh, you're gonna be a serial romantic in a house full of people. Fuck. Then we have Oscuro. Fuck, Oscuro has 10. Oscuro has 10. So we're gonna put like 2 of them here. Let's see. Oscuro Signore. Uno. Like 1. Shuffle is gonna be lazy, kleptomaniac, and family oriented. Shit. And he has like a nature. He wants to freelancer botanist. All right. Let's go. He got that. Let me change the category to The Sims. The Sims 4 done. All right. Okay, this is Oscuro Signore 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are 8. Oh, we cannot add anymore. So we got 1 here for Oscuro Signore. Alright. Let's start with the first batch. Let's start with the first batch of 8 people. Oh, it doesn't... Wait, who doesn't have a name? Oh, Pedro doesn't have a surname. There we go, Pedro. There you go. And he's a self-absorbed, a loner, and a goofball. Wait, are they all young adults, right? Okay. Okay. I was scared about that. Wait, we need to do the family. No, there is not. Okay, let's do it with the first batch. Let's see with the first batch of people who's gonna survive out of these. Let's see who is gonna survive out of these people. Stop giving me tips. I've been playing this. We can go to Newcrest, which usually... No, stop. I don't want them. Is it your turn now? Not yet. Not yet, Hank. We're gonna put them like in a small lot. We're gonna put them in here, and we're gonna see what do we put in the house. What do we put in the house? No thanks. No thanks. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's a very small lot. It's gonna be an ugly place, alright? It's gonna be like this. What we can do, I would say, let's see who's gonna be the most egoistic one. You know? Like, let's put big windows, so at least they don't die of, like, not having sun. Alright. And we're gonna need a door for the very first time, but then we're not gonna need it. We're not gonna need it. Let's put it there. Alright. What shall we put? Lady, thank you so much for passing by. Let's put, I would say, we put a mini fridge. Let's put some, like, painting, like, something on the wall, so they're gonna complain about that, and it's a pain if they complain about that. And they have to complain about other things, not that. So I would say we put like a mini fridge. All right. To see the sun. I got you, Jake. I got you. I would say we put a fridge, maybe a microwave, like this one, like a big one. This is like also a oven. You can do shit with that. No, let's not make it too bad. All right. I'm gonna put the ugly one. This is gonna start a fire for sure. All right. This is gonna for sure start a fire, and that's what we want. That's actually what we want. All right. Put standard pre-modeled house. No, there is not, but we can be fast. We put. Let's put them like let's do a closed bathroom. All right, let's just like this, and we put a door. There we go. Let's still put the inside like this. So we're gonna see who's actually the mean one, the egoistic ones among them. We put a toilet. The worst one, so it's gonna break. And we put a shower. This one. Right here. And we don't need a sink. No sink, so it gets super dirty with the plates and stuff. Bathroom, blah blah blah, and then a bed, I would say. Like this bed. That's it. No, wait, let's put like a two beds. Let's see. This one goes right next to it. A peak of architecture. Thank you. Is this okay? Do we want something else? Maybe a light? Do we want to put something to entertain them or not? Should they entertain themselves with other things? Let's put... Since they are on a show, so they feel more like in a Squid Game, you know? They feel more on Squid Game like this. Perfect. Beautiful! And it's way too big. It's way too big, I would say. Way too big. Let me make it smaller. Also, you should be smaller. Still too big. Alright. I would say that's okay, right? That should be fine. Can they enter in the shower? Yes, they can. Nice, right? Let's get them in. Let's get them in. Each one of you go inside your new house! Welcome home! Welcome home, everybody! I hope you like it. I hope you will enjoy your sweet situation. We're starting. Is everyone inside? Alright. Chat, we are officially starting the Hunger Games. We're officially starting... Stop giving me... No thanks. We're officially starting the Hunger Games. I hope you're ready for this. Still too big for me, the house. House is still too big. Wait. Still too big. Still too big. Like, imagine, like, they're gonna die soon. Like, this. Alright. Alright. I like it. It's starting. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Go. Let me put on level 3. And we're gonna see what they're gonna do. You're scared? They're actually, for now, like, they're enjoying, like, you know, like, for now, they're, like, gonna enjoy their space there, their time there, meeting new people. So, we have right now, Astrophysica is currently not doing bad, like, they have their phones, and that's a bad thing. I cannot remove their phones, unfortunately. Yeah, we have Pedrolo, actually dressed, like, for the night, you know, it looks like he's dressed to go out or shit like that. But, fun fact, you're not gonna get out. At all. Never. Then we have Sacro Graal. Where is it? Yes, we need a prediction. I'm dying. Oh my god, oh my god. Alright. Sorry, I was... Karma? Shut up. Start a new prediction. Alright, so we are gonna have a new prediction that who will win. And we're gonna have Astrofisica. Reminding you, Astrofisica is, let me give you some details about them. Outgoing, which is important in this situation. Kleptomaniac, creative, and dastardly. Okay, so it's a mean person. It's mean, so I mean, could work. Then we have Pedrolo, self-absorbed, goofball, but also a loner. So soon enough, it might be tired of being with people. Then we have Sacro. We have Sacro Graal, who is romantic. Glutton means like he likes food, and I don't know what food you can get from this mini fridge. You know, like it's I'm not sure. Then we have Oscuro Signore. Wait, is it already Oscuro Signore? Oh yeah, it's right here. Oscuro Signore, one of them. It's family oriented, lazy. No, you don't have to go anywhere. And Kleptomaniac. Nothing that can actually like change it, right? Then we have Zingaro. Who is an art lover, goofball, clumsy, and a quick learner. Alright. Clumsy, I mean, it's his word here, right? It should be his word. Then we have Milky. I was forgetting Milky. Milky is childish, perfectionist, active. Perfectionist in this situation with a lot of dirt on the floor. I don't know. We have Sandro. Their first. Oh, Sandro said that he only wants one. Sandro, who is erratic. So it's crazy. Okay. He's mean, which is important in this situation, and vegetarian. I don't know how many like vegetarian choices there's gonna be in this fridge. They're gonna find out, I guess. And then we have Jakeness, who also is a loner. I'll give you 5 minutes so you can start to see like how it starts to work. Don't show this again. Got it. Okay. Who's gonna be also a loner? Has a high metabolism, so he will have like, you know, it's easier for him to stay fit, but I don't know. Let's see how this is gonna work out. You have the predictions for 5 minutes. I don't know how this is gonna last though. Let's see what is happening. Oh wait, I should be on top left though. Yeah, so you can see the alerts are coming up here. They're gonna poop on the floor? Really? Really? No, they're gonna just enjoy the bathroom. No, maybe there's not gonna be enough like no bro, don't feel flirty. Oh, Milky is asking if he likes fitness. Sure, you like fitness. Go for it. Bro! Jake, you're already feeling flirty? In this situation? You're stuck with 8 people in a house. How can you be feeling flirty? Oh, she's already angry. Wait, why are you angry? What's up? Go to the bathroom. You have... Oh, wait. We made a wrong bathroom. Like that, they cannot go to the bathroom. This is easier. Okay. Why are you angry though? For angry Sims to socialize and build... Oh my god, one of them is gonna feel so bad. Why are you... Why is everyone angry? Why is everyone angry? Oh, you're going for the idea of like... Astro! That's good. Why are you both angry? What's going on with y'all? Is it because of their skills? Because they're like mean people? No, they're not. Oh no, you're feeling better? Oh, because you ate. I feel you. They were hungry. That's why. That's why. Oh. Might be a coincidence, but Pedro can't shake the feeling that others are just constantly judging her. Is it her hair, personality, friends, whatever it is, Pedro is afraid that this won't be the end of it. Oh shit, Pedro is already going wild. Pedro is not doing well. Pedro is not doing well. Is Sandro angry again? What? Talk to self? Pedro, oh, like he wanted to talk to himself. What? Wait, let me... Oh, this is better. Milky just showing off. Milky just showing off there, like being like, oh, look at my... Wait, you angry again? From socializing. Is angry from socializing. Oh. Sandro is a mean. Mean Sims become happy when they say mean things to other Sims. Am I sensing drama? Oh, Astro also? Astro is also feeling judged by the other people. Oh, Sandro is also erratic? Oh, he will have like a roller coaster of emotion. Jake is having skills. Okay, so Sandro is also... Everybody's feeling judged. Too many Sims is one place. It's max... Is this max capacity? Is this now fire hazard? What if the ground opens up? Maybe it's time for Jake to sneak out. Okay, Jake is feeling way too bad. And also Pedro are feeling bad. Because they are in a very close space with a lot of people. They were fighting? Did I miss that? I was too focused. Oh, they're tired. Bro, you should, like, if you were smart... Oh, look at that. This bitch. Sleeping with glasses? Tigger, are you sleeping with glasses? Oh, wait. Is that even a comfortable way of sleeping? Pedro, is that... You can also just sleep in a better way, you know? Holy, everyone is so tired and everyone is feeling judged. Apart from the ones that are sleeping. The ones that are sleeping are... Look at them. Look at how happy they are. They're feeling so good about themselves because they're just sleeping. Buy one more bed? No. They have to give each other turns, you know? Bro, you just woke up. How can you be sad? How can you be... Oh, low hygiene. Yeah, makes sense. Singer should start thinking about further education. I don't think so. I don't think he should. I don't think... Should I sell one bed? I agree. Wake up. I agree. This is getting way too easy for them. And do you agree with me that the space is too big? I mean, way too big. Way too big space. What is this? What is this retreat? No, here they don't have even space to walk around. Unless... Oh, there's people. I cannot move it. Oh, shit. Nice. No, wait, what? Oh, wait, there is no more the light. I sold the light by mistake. Wait, let me get the light back. Oh, there is no more shower. Shit, I sold this shower. Let me get back the shower. There we go. Oh, there is no more. There is no more. Oh, wait, I removed that. I removed the door. Wait. Let me give you back a door to the bathroom. All right. Okay. That's better. This is better. Now, otherwise there would have been two people stuck. Who knows how to get rich fast in The Sims 4? Motherload. Go for Motherload. That's the cheat code. Holy. How did someone identify a new type of fish? Oh, it's broken. Who's gonna repair it? Who's gonna take the action and repair it? Wait, what is this? Any of you? None? One of you will have to, otherwise you will not have any food anymore. There's someone pee on the floor? Not yet. Because I think that they still have this one. I think that because they still have the toilet, they're just gonna be embarrassed. Oh, they're pretty there. Just get out! Sandra wanted the shower. That's why he was not getting out. Oh, they're all stinking so bad. But for now, they're just like tired and dirty. Nothing too like Nothing critical. Like, okay, you're extremely exhausted and you might gonna die because you're exhausted. But look at him. He's doing fine. Zinger is just dirty. Zinger is it just needs a shower. That's it. He's doing pretty fine. All the others are exhausted. He had the sleep of his night. He was the only one that was able to sleep last night. You think someone was gonna die soon? But the most important thing is, like, soon one of them is gonna die. There's gonna be the death coming, and each one of them is gonna be, like, very sad because they saw someone dying. They shower right in front of... No, they cannot. That's why they're having a struggle here. Because they cannot shower in front of other people. They're waiting for everyone to leave and so they can shower. But, like, you see, for example, he is not leaving. He's gonna stay there and just be a pain to the others. Yeah. Oh, someone peed. Someone peed. Someone peed. Oh, okay. He is getting sleep, so he's gonna feel so much better after. How are the predictions, by the way? How did the predictions go? Imagine the smell. Ew. Yeah, also because I didn't put, like, they're not that smart. They don't think about the fact that they can, like, wash their dishes there. Oh, why are you mad? Oh, shit. Someone... Did you hear the music? Did you hear the music not going so well? Holy. Holy. Go for it, Janine. I'll tell you how it goes. Oh, some of them are struggling because they're loners and they're around too many people. But you see, like, he's gonna have, like, a nice rest. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be so fine. Oh. I think that Sandro... Oh, Sandro is going crazy. Sandro is completely gone crazy. He really needs to pee, but there's too many people there. Wait, why you cannot sleep? What's... Oh! Stolen your seat. I'm so sorry, Astor. You were so close to getting some sleep, but no. But for the first death, yes, we did it. We did them, Costa. No, we did it for, like, who's gonna survive. We're gonna see how this one goes. I'm waiting because I feel like as soon as one person dies, all of them are gonna just die like little flies. This is like Hunger Games, like, for real. Like, they're... And this is still broken, they're not repairing it. They're so dumb. If one of them just focused and, like, made it, like, it would be so easier. I don't think that they need a fridge, actually, to be honest. I think they can just cook, you see? Oh, they cannot cook any of these. They cannot cook any shit anymore! They cannot cook any shit anymore. They're gonna die of hunger now. Because no one is repairing the fridge. They don't have the fridge anymore. They're so dumb. If only they were, like, focusing and, like, you know, fix the fridge. No, they can fix them without tools. Oh no, you peed. You also peed. Oh, you're feeling embarrassed? I mean, I'm sorry. It's not the worst thing that is gonna happen to you. You're most probably gonna die here too. So, I mean, it's fine. The place to the game does not end that fast. No, it has to end fast because we have multiple things happening. We need a tournament. That's why it's called... Wait, how did you get food? Where did you get the food? Wait! How did you cook the food? Was it, like, already... Is it... What? There's gonna be more rounds, yes, Sarah. With everyone that subs, there's gonna be, like, rounds, you know? Like, as soon as... Wait, they're doing fine. They're not dying yet. They're just uncomfortable. They're not, like... Okay, she's very uncomfortable, but... And he's also... He's not doing too well. But they have their phones! They only have their phones. Adorable. Yep. Look at them. They're entertained. You are in a house with 8 people and you're not entertained? You're on your phones? Generations. Look at them. They're not even cleaning the toilet. They're not even cleaning the toilet. What the heck? How did you get the food if it's broken? Oh, they can do open? No, they cannot. How can they get food? Scum! How can they get food? This is way too easy, chat. This is way too easy. Let me, okay. We're gonna make it smaller. Alright. Oh, no. You go back inside. He was almost out. Almost out. You got very close from getting out, but holy, I cannot make it different. I cannot make it different. Never mind. We have to stay. It has to stay. Sarah, what is that? What is an achievement? Have a sim, do nothing social for 24 hours. I mean, it's in a house with... They are in a house with 8 people. How can it not be doing something social? How can that not be... What? How can you get an introvert achievement in this situation? This is really unethical. I'm sorry. Nils, we're doing like a Hunger Games. I'm really sorry. We're actually testing human, you know. Don't tell me that. It will be the first time that I consciously kill someone on The Sims. They'll do it like on purpose, you know? This is the first time that I will actually do something like that. They're still too much alive. They're still way too much alive. They're just a little bit of dirt. Shall we remove something else? It's for a good cause then. Yes, we're testing. Okay, listen. This is not fair. Can we all agree? I'm removing the fridge. Do we all agree? It's not fair that they have the fridge. It's broken. It's broken. They should not be using it. No more food. No more. What the heck? That's not... It's broken. How can you use it if it's broken? And you're gonna die of hunger now. Let's see. Let's see who freaking survives now. Last one at 8. Let me see. Okay, Astro, good luck. Pedrolo, good luck. Oh, shit. Sacro, good luck. You're gotcha. Good luck. Chilling. Good luck. Chilling. Shit. Remove the toy since they're not cleaning in it. But they're still using it, even if it's dirty. I think that you can still use it. Yeah, they can still use it if it's dirty. Oh my god, this is gonna get... We're gonna get it. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Yes, we are, Carnal. I guess so. They're not using it, but they can. If they need it, they can. I think. Oh, they all need the shower. Hi, Odino. Hello. Who sleeps more, lives longer? Fair. Hiding that human experiment? Yup. Yup. We're gonna be chilling now. Let's chill. You know what we could have done? We could have started... Oh, they're starting to feel hungry, finally. We could have started this, like, we could have started this, like, a little bit earlier. And we should have, like, started doing the tattoos. And then we wait for them to, like, die slowly while I do the tattoos, you know? But they peed on the floor. Oh, fair. No, but they pee on the floor because they rather pee on the floor than actually peeing in a toilet with someone else in the same room. Keep this in mind for the next time, yes. Oh, I still didn't pee. Wait, how are we doing with the... Wait, if I have, like... Oh, this one should be alright. Did we do the Medusa before or after the juice box? Did we do a Tatusa before or after the juice box? Before, after. You're not helping. Sarah, every shit. You couldn't be like Medusa right after the knife was removed. Oh, right. So we need more time, right? So I have to remove this one, and then this one. It's time for Medusa already? You sure? I'm gonna keep it there a little bit longer. Oh, maybe for the juice box. Which one? Let me check. Did you actually write it down? It's almost as if someone is controlling his life. Will Jake finally fulfill his dreams, or will never... Whoever is controlling his life stops his wishes from coming true? I mean, no one is actually controlling your life. You are also scared of that? Will Oscuro Signore? You too, Astro? You too, Zingaro? You too, Sacro? You too, Milky Bros? I'm not even controlling you. I'm just letting you dare dying. Oh, this is now broken. Okay, it's broken. They're not gonna use it, but we can keep it there. Okay. The timer that I set, what was it? What was the timer that I set for? I put Medusa 1. Okay, I'll keep Medusa a little bit more. And what about this one, Ashkelon? What about this one? I think that this one is gonna be the nicest one, to be honest. No, we're actually killing subs. We're killing people that subscribe. So if you subscribe, you get to die. That's an achievement, you know. Wait, let me. All right. All right, this is better. This is better. Just back that in a black outline for real. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Toilet is broken. Yes, I noticed. Okay, now we're gonna actually see them slowly dying. Oh, come on. Who's gonna die first? Who do you think is gonna die first? I think Sakrogral has big chances of dying. You know, like... It's the one that is... But it has no problems of bladder. But I think Astro has problems apart from social. I mean, the others are like... Tingaro, apart from like being very clean... We're all counting on our votes to win or die first. Oh, I think that you're gonna... The bets are for who's gonna survive, I think. Isn't it? Who's gonna let in the Grim Reaper? Oh, does he? No, he doesn't need to get in. He just spawns in the middle, right? Right. You tried, Christian. You tried. Oh, but I think that the bladder will never be a problem because they can just pee on the floor, you know? Bladder is never gonna be a problem. So I think in social, like, you can just socialize with it. Bro, what's your issue? Just social. You're around people. Socialize. He doesn't need a door. He just spins around and shows up from a puff of smoke. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. To be honest, I've never killed anyone on purpose on The Sims. Because I always feel very bad. I always feel very, very bad. Like, you know. I always feel like bad about killing people. Remove the bathroom, the shower, you think? You think that I should remove... Oh, now also Sandro is feeling like his dreams are like not getting fulfilled. Should we go like for each minute that we go on, we start removing stuff? And the light? Shit, you're getting mean! Alright. I'm sorry, man. Don't look! Okay. Thank God it's blurred. Alright. No more showers. No more showers. The more time we go on, the more things we remove. Okay, let's also... But until they are in there, I need them to get out. I need them to... So, Sandro, get away. Go out here, and you also get out here. Thank you. Go out! Go here. Okay, thank you. Okay, I need to remove... We're gonna remove this room. So I have a smaller piece. Alright, alrighty. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Can I... No, I cannot push you more than that. Okay, now we are talking. Let's go. Everyone is on their phone. They're getting that fun from that. Can you give them again? Alright. Oh, now they are all standing in a line. When The Sims with Ang, I don't know. We can do it like one day for sure. Mostly you can remove it in 1 minute. Skull in 4 or 5 minutes. Hand in 9 minutes. Oh, Medusa I can remove. Okay, I'm gonna keep Medusa like a little bit more, and then Juice Box. Juice Box I can remove it already. Come on, why they're not dying? Why are they surviving so much? Puro, you're gonna get in this room too, you know? Puro, you're also getting in this room. Where did you? Hold on, did she just walk out here? Did she just walk? Holy! Ashkelon, the best personal assistant. Thank you, Ashkelon. Appreciate you for that. You can place dangerous tools. Yeah, no one started a fire yet. No one started a fire, to be honest. Shall we have them start a fire? You know, like, what if I tell some of them to cook? What if we add like a fridge and we tell them to cook something? What do you think of that? What, a grill.
My son is studying to be a surgeon. I just hope he makes the cut.
I mean, oh, there's too many people around. Wait, let me. Oh, is it like because I have to be outside? No, okay. Then we can have it. Let's see how it evolves. Wait, how did you walk out there? What are you walking? All right, yeah, let's cook food. No, just burn. Don't get good food. Don't just get good food. What did? How did you get? I am trying. Stop walking outside. I'm so confused. This is how is The Sims not a real game? Wait, if I add a fallow, it's easier that it gets fire. Where is the fallow? Is there? I don't think that I have it. I don't think that I have a fallow. Okay, no grill. How do you make a fallow? Where is it? Are you sure that everyone has it? Put some wild animal. No, there is no more the bathroom door, right? There is no more. Yeah, no, there's just windows. Or maybe because they're no more light. No more light. Maybe like we're getting out from the light. Oh, I think that it was part of like an expansion or something. Alright. You are in a small room with no windows. No food. Are you being a god for a day? Yes, I'm being god for a day. The PE is preventing from fire? I don't know. I don't know. Does P actually... I don't think the P stops a fire. I think the P with the ammoniac inside, I'm not sure. One bed is too much. Right now they only have a bed. That's it. That's everything they have in there. Juice box. Okay. Well, let me keep it up a little bit more. I really want to know. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna remove it. Last stage only. Alright. Oh, you see? I see the difference. Like all the others still had some colors on the sheets. This one has nothing. So like the moth, like to show you the difference. Look the moth. Look the difference of the moth. Like, you can still see it. Here you don't see anything. I think that the moth is gonna be really bad. I think that the moth is gonna be really bad. That's why I want this one to be perfectly. People walking outside the office of the third tree. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Wait. I can remove Medusa, right? I can remove it. Hi, Dantero. Hello. I can remove Medusa. Yeah, okay. Ooh, it's not bad. Not bad. Like, a lot came out. A lot of it came out, so it should be alright. What about the hand one? Wait, am I missing? Oh, the one. I'm missing the one on the tie. Alright. I'm missing the one on the tie. They're still... They're doing way too well. I think that it was the food. No more bed. Done. Can I make you smaller? No, 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 no. Get back inside. No! No! Get back inside! Oh my god. They're gonna... Alright. You're gonna have a... Oh, I think that I can make it... Ooh! No, he just... He's the only one that can actually escape. Okay. This is better. Alright. That's it. Alright. You almost got free? Nope. Nope. Please die! How long did it take for them to die? I can remove the school too? Alright. Oh. Alright, school still had a little bit more on. I could have maybe let it there. No one has died yet. This is so wrong. Come on. Just no more food, no more bed, no nothing. I should be an interior designer thing. You told you were fighting hard. They're all fighting very hard. They're all fighting very hard. I thought it was they were going to die faster. What are ways to kill people in The Sims without like actually killing them on purpose? You know, you just put them there. Okay, next time they're gonna be like this with nothing in the house. Next batch of people is gonna be with nothing in the house. I had a weapon in the room. Holy. Oh, what is happening to her? What's going on? Why do you have a rash? Oh, no more rash. No more rash. It's gone. It's gone. Okay, okay. Ciao. What is that? What? Sorry, I got some. Nothing, it was just a gift for a friend. It's fine. Still nothing? Still nothing? Searchers, yes, Corey. That's exactly what I do. I stay in my house, in my cave, with my tattoos, and I do this. Remove the lamp? Yes, we're removing also the lamp. No more light. Oh. Alright. Come on! Die! Can we make it smaller? No, no. You two are not escaping. Okay, continuing. Shit! How can they survive? If you put them all in a pool and remove the ladders, it's survival at its finest. But then only the strongest one is gonna survive. Watching you tortoises. Shit. Okay, wait, look at the... No, as soon as we get to remove this one, I'm gonna... The one on the hand, I'm gonna show you all the results of all the tattoos. Alright? You know why they survive. Why are they surviving in this? Why is that? Uncomfortable! Is that how you're feeling? Only uncomfortable. Oh wait, what do you have? They have a rash? Giggly? How are they feeling giggly? Does the room size matter if there's nothing inside? No, but it makes it funnier to watch, you know? Like... I was not uncomfortable, Ashkelon. Okay, now they're all like soon close to die. You are tired. You are hungry. You are dirty. You are not having fun. How can you still be alive? Can they fight? Oh, okay. Let's start some fights. I mean, they... We could start some fights. We could start like a fight. We could start a fight. But between who and who? Between who should be having the fight? Jelly, hi! I'm killing subscribers. Like, people subscribe so they could have like a chance of dying in here. But how do we choose? Jake, do you want to fight someone? Are you willing to propose yourself to fight someone? Who are you? This one. Oscuro Signore versus Jake? Which one was Oscuro Signore? Which one was it? Which one was Oscuro Signore? Oh, this one. Alright. Kiss hands? Because you're, okay. And, mischief? Oh, mean. So then we're gonna go insult. That's it? Start being mean to each other. Come on. Come on, fight! Fight! We wanna see. Oh. Implied mother is a llama? Implied mother is a llama. Who else are we gonna choose? Mean, again, insult. Start throwing punches. You don't. The point is like you're a nice person. You're not. You see, you're not mean. We need someone with a mischief kind of. Wait, who was mean? There was one that was mean. Oh, here we have Sandro is gonna be mean to them. Mean. Mock the outfit. Is that it? That's it? They're not gonna fight, chat. They're not gonna fight. They're solid. How can they survive so much? How can they fight so much? I'm sorry, there's not gonna be hard Python today, chat. I'm sorry about that. They should be dying already. Just because they're going on with social and bladder. That's it. Pure pain. Pure pain. Wait, you know what we can do? Capture the game. Here. Here. Okay. What if I put it here? Here. No. What the fuck? I'm trying to find like a place where to put them so we can see if someone dies. And then we do this. Wait. Like, there we go. So we can chill. Alright, we go. One person, one child. You think with one person per child, they're all gonna like die sooner? You think so? Hi, Lorenzo. It's all good. We're killing people. How are you doing? I don't know if one person per cell is gonna like be faster. I don't know, Sarah. I don't know. Wait, who are you like going for? Let me see the predictions. Oh, I cannot see the predictions. Holy. Yeah, I want someone to die too. What the heck? Why is it taking so long? I cannot give them a weapon. Oh, Simone, you don't even know what you just did. You just don't. Simone, you have no idea what you just did. You have no idea what you just did. Simone, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 3 months with the Prime. I appreciate you. I'm actually gonna add you in the list of the next people that are gonna go in the pit. In here. You're among the next batch of people that are gonna get in there. Simone. And if you come out as a survivor, you are actually gonna get VIP. But by the way, let me remove Jake was in the pit already once. Then who else? Sacro was already in the pit once. Astro was one. Pedrolo once. Sandra was there. Zingaro, Melky. Oscuro. Let me put 9. You got 9. No one still died. Give me a gun in the game and I'm gonna end the first batch. Yeah, I know that I can drown them, but I want them to, like, I don't want to, like, put them all, like, it will be faster, actually, to be honest. Next batch, they're gonna be, we're gonna remove the stairs in the pool. We're gonna put them all in a pool and just, no, actually, Sarah, actually, right now, they can also, like, survive out of that because they can jump out of the pool, you know? This is the first batch still, Ishan. Yes, this is still the first batch. Such a pain. They're still surviving. They can still survive now. They got smarter. How much time do we still have for this one? How much time do we still have for this one? I'm losing. No, not actually, Agent. Not actually. Not if you build walls at. Oh, torno la piscina. Okay. Oh, ooh. That sounds interesting. That sounds fine. We can work on that for sure. That sounds very interesting. Okay, next batch is gonna be in the pool. And then we're gonna find a way to put them in the fire. Like we're gonna put like some fire, like a fiery house. There must be like a cheat code or like a mod that puts like more probability of like, wait. Are there, did I maybe, no wait. Did I maybe did something with the settings that they're not gonna die because of the settings that I put? Game options, gameplay, autonomy full, traditional, autonomy for selected sims, no, age yes, auto age yes, lifespan short, maximum sim count 80, apply changes. At least they're gonna get old, at least. Yeah, if there's like some cheats, you know? House with carpets and multiple grills, you think? Tommy, still no one. They're still all surviving. What is this? Yes! I thought it was easier to kill them all, but there's not. But you know what? Maybe you're true. You're right. If they were like alone, each one of them was alone in a room, maybe it would be easier because they die also of like solitude, like social. Sandro is living! Sandro just died!
Torka!
Oh, Green Reaper, you can you... Sandro died! Sandro died! I feel like now it's gonna be like all downwards. I told you it was going to be downwards! Oh my god, Sakura also dead. Sakura is also dead! Who else? That's it? Astrophysica! One more? Who's else? Pedrano? Oh my god, Jake? We have only three left. We have Oscuro Signore, Milky, and oh wait, who's that? And Zingaro. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, Grovel.
Oh, now he has to take them all away. Holy! Oh, we have only Oscuro Signore, Milky, and Zing. Oh my god. Someone else has died. Milky died! Milky died! Oh my god! Is this Oscuro Signore? And Zingaro? Just the two of them. Holy. Holy.
Muska.
Holy. Oh, the death with the iPad, yes. Yes. Oh my god. Someone else is dead. Oscuro also died. Zingaro is the last one. Okay, we need Zingaro to survive now. We need Zingaro to survive. Fuck. Fuck. We cannot make him survive. We cannot. He's gonna die soon. He's gonna die also now. He's also gonna die. Please survive. Please survive. We need. Fuck, we cannot. Please survive. Oh, I think he's dead. He's also dead. How is this game gonna be? I've never... What happens when everyone is like... But Zingaro was the last one, yes. Zingaro is gonna be... We're gonna do like a last one with all of the survivors. Zingaro was among the survivors. Oh my god. Holy! It's gonna make me restart? Really? Oh my god. Claps to Zingaro! Claps to Zingaro because he survived. They survived. We have still so many more to go on. We have like around 5 rounds. 4 rounds. 4 rounds. Or 5 rounds. Save and manage words. Okay, let's go to manage words. Let's make a new house. In here again. Lapa! Lapa, oh shit. Okay, let me add you in here, Lapa. Oh. Lapa, thank you so much for the gifted one. Welcome. Welcome to the Hunger Game, Lapa. You have no idea. I don't think you if you knew what you were going into, you would not have gone for this, you know. But actually now you are. How can I? Okay.
Nice, Kuno.
Now, Lapa, you're actually part of this Hunger Games. We're starting a new batch. Zingaro won the last one. We have Oscuro Signore. We're gonna do 2 for Oscuro Signore. Actually, Oscuro Signore won. Wait. 1 again. Signore. Random. And then we got popularity, right? And Angelo. Shit, you too? Angelo, alright. I'm putting you in the batch. Shit. So, if you gift a sub, you have more, if you give like more subs, you have more chances. Oscuro gave like 10. So you will have like 10 chances of becoming VIP. This is their first one. This is the second one actually. Let me put a 2 here so we know. This is Oscuro Signore 3. Oscuro 3. Signore. Oh. Signore. And it's, oh my god, it's such a good person. He's gonna have 10, there's so many. Then we have Enk. Oh shit, this is Enk. This is actually Enk. Oh, Lee, this is Enk. And he's gonna be, a creative one. And he is cheerful, snob, and glutton. Kinda right. Kinda right. You know, he's a bit of a snob. This is Enk. Shit. Then we have Ashkelon. Ashkelon. Oh, so you can see the tool? Sorry, you're right. So you're right. Ashkelon, is gonna be deviance, mischievous, vegetarian, geek, and non-committal. Are you like that, Ashkelon Booba? Shut up! They're all gonna die. This time we put no fridge, no bed, no nothing. We put nothing in it. All right. Oh no, we're doing the pool this time. We're doing the pool. We have meta with 2 chances. Meta addict with 2 chances. Holy. Family. This one. Let's see. Meta genius, bookworm, and hot-headed. A hot-headed in the room? Shit.
Hey,
wait, did I put... I put 2, but I actually 1. We need to do the second one. This is the second one for metal. Addict. This is their second. Or do you want to be in another batch? I'm gonna put you in another batch, alright, Meta? So you have 2 different situations. Lemato. Alright. Lemato is gonna be family. He wants a big family. And you're gonna have actually a big family. Creative, active, and art lover. Let's go. Next one. Kotpa. I don't know if you're gonna need that jacket since you're gonna go in a very warm place. Actually, no, you're gonna need it in the pool. Number, even if I'm dead. Gee, can I have Ashkelon phone number even if I'm dead? You know, after that we might hang out. Wait, what? What? You need food and you're gonna be a master mixologist. Yeah, we're gonna maybe need to drink. Slob! They are not affected by dirt. Keep all of these in mind. Keep all of these in mind because there's our bets that are coming. The last one is Valentina. Valentina. They're gonna be fortune. They want a mansion. They want to have a big house. Well, guess what? Not really. Commit me. Clumsy and vegetarian. I don't know if that is what is gonna happen, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Yes, go in unfurnished. Let's play this. Yeah, we're gonna make it with a pool. Yes, we're definitely making it with a pool. There's all the dead people here. Let's sell these. I cannot sell them? Oh. Okay, we're gonna put all of them outside. We're gonna have a little cemetery. All the dead people out there. Enjoy your eternity. There we go. Enjoy your eternity. And now we need a pool. This is the round of the pool. Alright, so we need this. Wait, oh, how do I... Oh, like this. Alright. Not bigger than this, I would say. And we need the stairs to get in. Where are the stairs to get in? Where are all the things? You don't need them? You don't need them anymore? There's no trampoline, no shit? Yes, we can end the prediction. Wait, let me do it. Let me end the prediction. Or if there is there any mod in chat if you can end the prediction with the Zingaro winning? Gestisci sondaggio. Okay, I can do it. Risultati? Oh, that was oh no, it was wrong one. Okay, let me choose the Zingaro is the winning. Yes, the correct one. So many points! So many points! Who won? I got it. Thank you, Kami, for being here. Let me start a new one. Good job. Good job. Let's start a new one. I cannot start a new one? Oh, I can start a new one. Okay. Okay. Who will win? And we have... let me read it again. Oscuro Signore. He has 2 people inside, alright? He has 2 people. Then we have Enka. Then we have Ashkelon. Then we have Meta. That has 1 person only inside there today. Lemato. And then we have Kodpa. Valentina. And that's it, right? That was the last one. We don't have other people, right? Alright. Anki's too strong. They're gonna be in a pool right now, alright? They're gonna be in a pool. Let me put a door. And let me put everyone in the pool. Were you in this one? No, not yet. Not yet. The last one is Valentina, right? There's no hidden partition. No. Alright. Everyone in the pool. Swim with all of them. Everyone in the pool. Let's go. Go in it. Go. Wait. Go swim. Do they need like a stair to get in? Wait, why you don't like to go? No, stop chatting. Go swim. Oh, she cannot? Oh, she can. No, you can. You see, you can. Okay. I have to put them, all of them singularly. He's already sad? But you didn't even know them. Why are you sad? Let's go. All in the pool. Let's go. Little party. Little did they know. All right. The second Hunger Games are starting. Second Hunger Games are starting, chat. I hope you're ready. You have a couple of minutes still to like choose your battle. All right. If you want me, while we start, I'm gonna show you all their respective. They're all into fitness now, I guess. I'm gonna show you all the different things. Okay. No coming, no coming, no, let's not get there. All right. I'm showing you. Starting. We have Kotpa, already uncomfortable because they're already hungry. All right? Kotpa is already hungry. You take your battles. We have Enk, who's not doing bad. His swimming is a little bit... It doesn't like the decor, how it is decorated outside. All right. We have Valentina, which is doing fine. Is doing fine. We have Oscuro Signore, who's sad for someone that they didn't even know. They didn't even know. I feel like the rich white dudes in Squid Game. Yeah, that's who we are right now. We have Ashkelon, who is doing fine. Also, nothing extraordinary. Oscuro Signore are already hungry. Their second batch, second person is already hungry. So a little bit uncomfortable. Then we have Meta, already hungry too, and kinda tense. Because they're feeling anxiety, apparently. And then we have Lemato. That's fine. Do you want to flirt with Ashkelon? No, you're not gonna flirt with Ashkelon. Oscuro, does Oscuro dislike fitness? Yes, they do dislike fitness while they are staying in the pool for the rest of their life. Enk is already feeling judged. I mean, that's fair. He's in a pool with a swimsuit. It doesn't even show his legs on stream, so I guess that's fair. I feel like this pool is a bit big. Like, look at them. They're going like that, so they can relax a little. What? Look at how fit Enk is. What the fuck is that? Holy! Oh, wait, where are you? Wait, you good? You good? Oh. Kotpa, are you good? What's going on? You're going for zoomies? They're going for zoomies. Look at them. Look at them. They're going for zoomies. Enk is ripped, for real. Holy! How are we doing on the hand? Let's get back on. I'll keep you informed of whatever happens, alright? Wait! How are they swimming outside the pool? How are they swimming outside? Okay, this is okay. How are we doing this? Howie was ready right after the skull. Oh, okay. Oh, this is nice. This is really nice. Okay, we can have, like, while we wait for them to die, we can have a little show off of the new tattoos. So we have this one, which is my favorite one. This one. Oh, by the way, Metal is scared of the water right now. This one, which is really, really nice. I really like it. We have the Medusa here, which is, to be honest, is not the best decision. It was not the best decision to have something in here. You know? We have the moth here, which is fucked up because I don't think that it's gonna show up. I don't think that it's gonna show up, to be honest. I don't think it's gonna be the best. We have this one, which is always the best. Moth is dead already. Then someone is already dead. Oh! Who was it? Meta! Meta, you're already dead! This was a very faster way to kill them. Meta, you're already dead! Oh no! Oh no! They cannot even cry because they are in a pool. They don't know how to cry and swimming at the same time. Oh yeah, I just said that Meta was having was very scared of the water because of this experience, and now Enk is scared of the water. Is Enk the next one that is gonna die? Oh, Ashkelon is also scared of the water. Okay. The death is gone. Okay, -1 person. Meta is officially gone once. Oh, someone else? Kill 10 on natural causes. Ashkelon is dead! Ashkelon is dead! Deleting Ashkelon. Shit! Meta and Ashkelon are already dead. -2 already. Holy, and they're all around there. And they cannot even be sad because, like, they don't know. Oh, no, they are in presence of that. Enk! Bianca is also dead. We still have two of Oscuro Signore. We have Lemato, Cotpa, and Valentina. Wait, we have Cotpa. Bianca's dead. She's gonna go soon. Valentina. Oscuro Signore. Oscuro Signore 2. And Lemato. Oh, he was a Chiga child. He was super ripped. Fuck, you see? That's the proof that also if you're very ripped, you're not gonna survive to these things. Oh my god, Ashkelon, you had so many points on you. Ashkelon, you had so many points on you. Shit. Muscles were too heavy? Most probably. Most probably. Ashkelon, you had 16,000. How? And Rua voted with you on you for 10,000 points. Holy, 7 people trusted you. 7 people trusted you. Oh, is Anka gonna stay there? Dead? Can you? Oh, hi. Hello, neighbors. Just ignore what is happening here. Yeah, you good. Yes, you can leave. Oh, you too. Yeah. Nothing. Oh, cool here. Nothing. But my dad, can you please take him? It's taking ages, and he's dead. It's been dead there for hours. Nothing to see here. Yeah, nothing to see. But they're like, she's still going for zoomies. She's still going for zoomies. Valentina's dead. Valentina is also dead. No. Valentina is gone. Valentina is gone. How many points were there for Valentina? Oh my god. Holy. Valentina, no! You lost your points? You were... Holy. Holy. We still have 4 people. We still have Cotpa. We still have we still have Cotpa. We have the 2 of Oscuro Signore. They actually have good chances of winning. And then we have Lemato. Shit. Oscuro Signore is going for swimmies. Like, look at that. Oscuro Signore is having fun. We're very angry. It's very angry. They're just getting fit. Oscuro Signore just getting fit right there. Lemato! He's also gone. Let me remove him also from here. Shit, Lemato is also gone. Floating is the strat. Yeah, that's what Cotpa is doing. They're inspired. Cotpa is doing so well. Cotpa is doing so fucking well. Look at them. They're inspired. They're just a little bit like they're tired and they're hungry. And like, oh my god. He's flirty. Oh, Scooter, why are you flirty in this situation? Holy. How are you? Oh my god. Let's go faster. This is definitely faster. Next one is also gonna. Next one we're gonna go without the pool, but with nothing in the house. Nothing in the house. Cotpa's cheating is already a VIP. I mean, yeah, but it's. Oh my god! Holy! No one else dying? No one else? Wait. Oh, Scooter, look at that. Cotpa was doing so fine. Wait. Cotpa just peed in the pool. Cotpa just peed in the pool. Cotpa, you just peed in the pool. Disgusting. Disgusting. A classic? What do you mean a classic? Someone else is dead. Oscuro Signore is dead. The one that was chilling and going for zoomies is dead. Holy. So we put 2 of Oscuro Signore today, right? So he has... Oscuro Signore died! Holy! That... Cotpa survived! Holy, Sarah. Holy, are you sure what you're doing? Do you trust yourself that much? Sarah, thank you so much for the gifted one. Shit, are you sure about it? Sarah, are you sure about it? You're ready? I'll put you in the pit. I got you. Shit! I appreciate you for the gifted one, but Oh my god, Kodpa, look at that, they're just leveling up their fitness level. Oh no, I think that they're also dead. Oh no, yeah, they're dead too. They're dead too. Kodpa is also dying. But you did honor yourself. I'm gonna give you the point. You got it. You got it. Just die already, everyone. We need... Wait, did we get like... Oh, we didn't always... We will not have these ones. We will not have their tomes. We won them. Okay, next ones are not gonna be in a pool because we need their tomes. We need their tomes. Holy... there is still one dead out there. Can you, like, he was dead before Kodpa, to be honest. Save and manage works. Okay, we need the points to Kodpa. How do I... I'm scared of, like, changing stuff. Kami, can you help me out? Oh, you already did it, Kami. Oh my god. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. I was scared of, like, doing something wrong. Holy Kodpa, GG. Claps in chat for Kodpa. They survived. They survived. Amazing, beautiful. We have new people. New batch of people. We're not stopping. We have Oscuro 1. We have Oscuro 4 and 5 at this time. Oscuro, they're gonna be food, mixologist. No, that's it. Random. Alright. And then we're gonna have Oscuro.
Oblish. Bernala Flow.
5, Signore. There we go. Let's go. Informatic. Let's go. And then we have... So he's gonna... 5 here. Oh, here. Oh, I messed it up. 5. Oscuro still have 5 chances. And then we're gonna have Meta. One more for Meta.
Garashi.
Oh,
Super
alright.
wins.
Metal Addict. Metal 2. Alright. And then we have Hidden. Hidden.
Skimbo Jorm. Shlofa Jelja.
Partition. Random nature. Let's go. Oh, you want a water? You want gloomy and you like the outside? Shall we... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, you're right. Shall we keep... Sorry, thank you, Sarah. Sorry, I'm stupid. Shall we keep the pool then, maybe? Since they like the outside. And they like the gloomy situation. I mean... Hidden has it. Ishan. Oh my god, I have to make so many for Ishan. Ishan. 1... A fish, Oh, the vegetarian, they're jealous. Alright. And then we have Ishan. I have to make 12 for Ishan. 2. Yes, get lovely. Ooh, he's gonna be evil. Alright. So let me put that we did 10 for him. Then we have Cookie Bite.
Sarpava Chorg.
Cookie
Pomere Quas.
Don't ever read that in French. Popularity, they want to become... Oh. Self-assured, jealous, and lazy. I mean, you don't have much to walk, so I can understand that. We have Wolfheart.
Jelja. Yibao Lane.
Heart. Tarry the fireplace. It should be not past an expansion. It should not be past of an expansion. It can start a fire. Which one is the fire? Okay, we're gonna find a fireplace. We're gonna find a fire. Deviants. And then we're gonna go random for these ones. Genius. Yeah, I hope you will be. Then we have... Oh, we are done. We're done. Alright, we already have them. So we have... Let me just... Oh, you don't have anything, Meta? There we go. Oh, you're neat. I am so sorry about that, Meta. I am really, really sorry about that. Okay, so this is a new family. You lose everything, I'm sorry. Unfurnished. Moving them in. Let's go. Let's see the situation. Alright, sorry. So what we decided to do, are we doing the fireplace? Prison in a camp? No. Let's... We're doing the fireplace. But then we need to remove the floor, alright? How do we do the fireplace? Let's find the fireplace. Is it on the outside stuff? Like... How do I find it? Inside? Where? No, my dad didn't even notice. My dad didn't even notice. It was my dad. How do we... Astro, you died. You died before. Living room stuff. Okay, living room. Oh, like these ones? Oh, like this one. Let's get the cheapest one. Okay. Let's make it small and let's put a carpet. A cheap, many carpets. Alright. This is what is gonna happen. Let's put a door. Alright, beautiful door. And now I need you all to get inside. Is there any mod? Is there any mod in chat that can help me out to do another prediction? All go in there, all of you. Yes, go enjoy your time. Who's gonna open the fire? There's Cami. Oh yeah, but maybe she's doing something else. I can do it. While we wait for them to go inside. New prediction. Let's do it, the new one. Alright. Go inside. Just go inside. Yeah. Go inside. Alright. We are starting the new... Wait. We are starting the new Hunger Games. What are the names? Oh, I can tell you. Are you doing it, Arya? I can dictate them to you. First one is Ishan. Second one is Cookie Beat. Third one is Oscuro Signora. Then we have Meta Addict. Hidden Partition. Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. I'll wait. Maybe Wood Floor. Yes, let me add Wood Floor. The cheapest one. Come on, give me the wood floor. Why is the wood floor? Oh no, it's not on that. Okay, I'll give it to you again. We have Ishan. You can also check on their abilities chat. Ishan, the mean one. Cookie Beat, the lazy jealous. Then we have Oscura Signora. Then we have Metal Addict. Then we have Hidden Partition. Then we have Wolf Heart. I don't know if Arya... I'll give you 1 second, Arya, so you have enough time. I'll have someone light the fire. And that's it. You did all of them? They're not... There should be like... Not all of them. There should not be 8. There should be like Ishan, Cookie Beat, Ishan, no. Oscuro Signora, Metal, Hidden, Wolfart. So 6. There should be 6. 6 options. Are you sure? Are we sure that it's gonna start a fire? Shall we put another one? Let me put another one. Let me just put just another one, you know, just another one again. You know, just to make sure, you know. Am I gonna flex my tattoos on Instagram? Of course. Wait, how can I? Wait, just move inside. Move. All right. Ain't nothing but a heart. Hey, do you like video games? Sure, go like video games. You're not gonna be able to play them, but sure. I need to add like a bed for the fire. You think? There's not like gonna be okay. Maybe a counter on their side. Fast prediction. Oh, you made it fast. It's super fast. Fast prediction, faster. Say, I knew it. I did a mistake. Like, oh yeah, I did it on purpose. It's a fast prediction now. I think that counters usually get on fire easily, right? Counters usually get on fire pretty easily. Okay. You got in? Nice. Yeah, they started the fire. Let's see. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna have them in their party over there while we chit-chat. Only 10 points? Oh, it's fine. This is gonna be a little bit more difficult, I feel, because like, look at that. The fire, I don't know how long it's gonna take like for the fire to catch in. What did I just join to watch? Memory, hi, welcome in. We are killing subscribers. So if you wanna have a chance to die, there we go. Not really. I don't really want to learn TFT. Like, in any case, like, they are in a room with nothing else in it. So, like, in case it's still... They already... Oh, attizzare. Oh, warm. And you also warm yourself. And you also warm yourself. There we go. You all warm. Can you? Enrico, we're missing... Oh, fuck. Many. I would say at least 2 more batches of people. I need to add on Hoven? Nah, it's fine. In any case, they're gonna die because there is nothing in here, right? They're still gonna, like, die here. Because there is nothing that they can do. There's no back. Oh, he's mopping! Who was mopping the floor? The first one, Wolfheart! The first one that I see mopping the floor. Poke the fire? Oh, there is not. Oh, there is not. Burn money? Burn money? Look at them, they're actually cleaning. Thank you, Lorenzo, for appreciating my... Oh, they're getting anxious because there's too many people in the same room. Oh, they're all getting very anxious because there's too many people in the same spot. Let's see, we'll see. Let me get you a closer look to them. There we go. Do you recognize yourself in here? That's you. Oh. Alright, there we go. But like, to be honest, so this is my very first time killing someone on The Sims. I never killed anyone. But look at how... I really like it. I really like this. Oh, we haven't checked on the Bumblebee. Bumblebee is honestly cute. It's not gonna, like, it's gonna, you see that, like, it's slowly getting darker in this one? Medusa is fine, the moth is doing so bad. Moth was a big flop. Moth was a big flop. The school is gonna get better. This one is definitely cool. For the moth, it was actually one of the ones that I was looking forward to. I can tell you how good look your freckles today. Why? What are you trying to do, Ashton? Why are you trying to be nice to me? What do you think? And I cannot control the game, you know. I already claimed 16 poor, so 16 out of 49. So we still have 30 people. We still have 30 people. No. Why I cannot count? Why when I'm tired I cannot count anymore? What do you mean you cannot just... You can't see them. You can see them. You can see them, freckles. Especially on the nose. Especially on the nose, you can still see them. You know? That tattoo, I don't know, I like it. I really like it, Sniffa. Sniffa freckles. Hi, Sira, hello. Hello. Do we have Sniffa? We still don't have Sniffa. We still don't have Sniffa. Saj. By the way, the fireplace are... They're not working. What if I put them out? What if I put out? Can you actually do it? Wait, I think that she can. She's the closest one. Can you turn around and put it out? No. Can you put out this one? Okay, turn it up. No. No. Still not working. It's still very much alive. I don't try an expensive one. They should be able to poke it. Okay, I wanted to go to a cheap one because I felt like it's like. Let's see. I don't know if this is too big. Should be fine. Let's see. Light. Alright. No, they cannot. Not even the expensive one. Let me remove it because I feel like the expensive one has less chances of like getting on fire because, you know, it's expensive. You expect it to not get on fire. Expensive shit. Make harder burns for your Sims? No, they should. Like who, Tamto? They say that I look like a lot of people. I mean, doing tattoos make not that tattoo especially. It's fine. I like tattoos. I really like them. You're still like you're very much alive still. Look at you all surviving. Oh, just place it under the. Okay, I'm gonna put the rug. Let me get another rug. Let's get another rug. Like this rug. I'm gonna put it under. Okay, let's see if now it works. You're gonna light up the fire. Still nothing. Still nothing. Maybe the pee that there is on the floor is like stopping the fire to actually burn the entire place. But anyway. Oh, I have to keep... Turn it off and on? Alright, let's see if they actually... Oh, she doesn't want to do shit. Pull it out. Put it out. Come on, turn around and put it out. Okay, light it now. Oh, it got a little bit of fiber, not enough. Cheap oven plus sim with low cooking skills equal depth. I know, we've been trying! We've been trying, it was not working. Angela, but I don't know who's that. I don't know who's that. I really don't know. I don't know, Chad. We've been trying so hard to like make them to die, to kill them. It feels like killing them is more difficult than actually make them survive. I think that from the next one is all gonna be like pool. It's all gonna be about the pool. Pool is faster to kill people. Keep that in mind. Keeping that in mind. Better not to know. Alright, I really wanted like a little fire. I wonder. The pool is a clutch, yeah. Yeah. She's an actress. I know, but I don't know who she is. You know, like it's not like if you tell me that she's an actress, I will know who she is, right? That's not how it works. You know, like you look like my grandma. Oh, I don't know your grandma. Eh? She is a grandma. Oh, an adult actress. Oh, okay, it's fine. Okay. I got it. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Oh wait. Oh. The ghost! Tigger is still there! And Sandra is already there! The ghosts are there! Wait, here. Ghosts are there, look at them! That's why I wanted to have... That's why I don't want to have the pool, so then we can have the ghost! Wait, what? Singara was making this thing alive, what the fuck? What the fuck? Here, it should be here. Alright. If you're having fun like that. I think that now they're also scared. Now they're also scared about the ghost. Yeah, there you see. Startled by ghost. Oh no. Why am I back there? Go back here. You see, they're startled by the ghost. Holy. Well, you're gonna soon. Oh wait, who's else? Why are you green? Why are you purple? Oh, you're angry? They were angry. They turned. Joe, yeah, sure, we can on Monday though. We're gonna start studying on Monday. Monday we go back to study. Holy. By the way, I was telling you. Let's go back here. I think this is gonna take a while. I was telling you about the fact that I didn't get anything for Halloween for like to decorate the room for Halloween, and I feel bad about it. But I feel like the tattoos could be like a good decoration. Are those enough as a decoration for Halloween? Right? They're okay, right? They should be alright. I did enough. They worked as a Halloween. And for sure they're gonna scare. For sure they're gonna scare like adults in my city. You know, that's, you know, having an. I should go out though. I should go out in this period. So otherwise I'm not gonna take advantage of these tattoos. I'm not gonna get enough scared of these that like I'm not gonna be as scary. You know? And that pumpkin tattoo is that's not scary. I'm not gonna be a Maranza for Halloween. I'm not gonna be a Maranza for Halloween. I showed you, I'm gonna be like a Shigo. I showed you the t-shirt before. We can do something more of what? What else, Sarah? Like a piercing? I'd love to have like a piercing. Like here. Like not on the nose, I feel like it will be I would be way too like touching it and like no, I don't like it on the nose. Like I don't know if I would ever get a tattoo. Like how's it called? A piercing? Mostly because I'm scared of like the infections. Like when I did these ones, like the one up here, it got so infected. It was horrible. It was horrible. They're not catching on fire, Ocho. I'm sorry. It was horrible. So I'm imagining like, what if it gets infected on the nose? You know? Nose piercing take forever to heal, but are worth it. I know, but they take forever to heal. The next participants are gonna be again Oscuro Signore. Oh wait, let me actually eat. This is the last one for. In here we have Ishan. All right, two of Ishan if I'm not wrong. Cookie, removing it. Oh, but no, I have to wait for them to die so then I can remove them. And fake nose piercing, that could be an option. They're starting to like loosen it, by the way. They're starting to like getting very tired, you know? As soon as they die, I remove them from here. But in the next batch, we should have Euribor, Jean-Marc, Pure Spirito, Ishan, Oscuro Signore, Stefan. Okay. Do you have piercing? Someone dead. Meta! Meta is dead. Wolfart is also dead. Oh, no. Okay, Meta is completely out. Meta doesn't have any more chances. And Wolfart is also out. Shit, Meta is also dead again. Yeah, because they get gifted too, so they got 2 entries. Shit! Meta, you dead. You completely out. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Wait, not really. Let's go faster. More death. Ishan! Okay, Ishan is also dead. Ishan is also dead, but they have one more chance. Ishan has one more chance. We should still have one more of Ishan. Cookie Bit. Oh, Oscuro Signore is dead. Cookie Bit is dead. Cookie Bit. Oh my god, we still have 3 people alive only. We have Ishan. We have Hidden Partition. And Oscuro Signore. Holy, Hidden Partition, Oscuro Signore, and Ishan. Ooh. Oh, the evil Ishan is still alive. Yeah. Holy. But at least we have their thumbs. You know, we can already place the metal out there. Ishan is dead. Ishan, you're dead. Ishan, you're dead too. Holy! Let me put Cookie Beat out there. We will... Oh, Skura is also dead! Hidden Partition 1! Hidden Partition 1! And they had only one entry. For now, only people with just one entry. People with just one entry won for now. Holy! GG Eden, GG for real. Holy! Oh, he's also dead. Heathen is also dead. I just want to have all the tombs. I just want to have the tombs of people. Just give me all the tombs. Come on, give them all. I want to place them out there. I want to place them all there. Look at all the ghosts, they're also crying. The ghosts are also crying. Shit. Safe again? What do you mean, you dead? What do you mean safe? What do you mean safe? You dead. Look at all the people dead out there. I feel that we have to continue to do it like this. I want the tombs. I have something on my neck, really? Do you think so? I'm gonna check it out later. Oh, like we need the last thumb and then we are done. Okay. 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 We have still again going on with the third batch of people. Really fast. Oscuro Signore. Oscuro is 6th and 7th on random, something random, this one, and there's 7th. You see, it's not a pay to win, because in any case, you know, like they got like 10 entries and still haven't got any chance to become VIP. So for now we're doing good. For now, I'm showing you that it's not like about paying to win. If you get only one sub, it should be alright. We have... So Oscuro has... After this, Oscuro has only 3 more entries. 4th? Is the 4th batch? Oh yes, the 4th batch already. It's the 4th batch. Then let me do also 2 Ishan. It's gonna be Ishan 5 and 6, right? 5. Tell me if I'm wrong, Ishan.
Pena Swarbo.
Rappa! Shit. Thank you so much for the gift. That you have one more entry to this very chaotic and very scary game. Holy, he's gonna be very mean one. Ishan, why is there always like someone mean on you? 7, right? No! I don't remember which numbers they are. I still know that you have 8 more. I just know that you have 8 more. I just know that you have 8 more. It should be alright. Then we have...
Zarkini and
Euribor. Bor. Family. You are gonna have a family, a very big family. You're also a mean person. We have Jean-Marc. Jean-Marc. Not sure why it's big letters, the surname, but that's fine. And then we have Puro Spirito.
The samba.
Popularity. You're gonna be so popular among the people in that house. Oh wait, what is that headset? Holy fuck! Since when there is that headset? Okay, and then we have Steven.
Finaya Scuno.
Alright. This is already the next batch. Starting already. Who won the last one? The last one was won by Hidden Partition. If you can give back the points. Thank you. Oh, they don't have Ishan again. Okay.
Ooh.
Let's go. You're scared to see your death? We're gonna see. Are we going for the pool? Are we going for the pool in the... No, because we want... No, because we want... No. We're not gonna go for the pool. Because we want to have the tombs of the people. Tombs will be super nice. So what if we continue this once every month? We do this, so then this entire lot is gonna be filled up with tombs. Welcome to your new house, everyone. I hope you will enjoy your stay here. This is gonna be very interesting. I mean, we don't even need a fireplace anymore. You can just all go in there, and we're gonna soon start all the new games. If there is any mod, can you help me out to do the predictions? Otherwise, and just say yes, so then I can start dictating this stuff. So, who are you? Where are you coming from? Oh, you are Euribor? Just go inside. No. Go back inside. No. Go back in there. Go back. All right. You're also gonna go in there. Oh, no. Okay. Chat. We are officially starting the 4th batch of this Hunger Games. Yes, I'm gonna go through them again. The 4th batch of these Hunger Games. Right? We're gonna have these people trying to win the possibility of becoming... Don't go! You! Where are you going? Where are you? You're no smarter! Come back inside! You!
Benja.
Hey, yo! No! Go in there! No! Why aren't they all living? Go back in there! Go back in there! Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna make it bigger. Alright, so you all stay there for a second, alright? Just stay there. Just go back in there. I need you to go back in there. You walking through the walls? What is this? Holy. They're starting to riot. That's not how it works. Okay. So. Don't go out again. Okay. So we have Arya, tell me when you're ready. I can start tell you the people that are participating in this one. Okay. I don't think that the space matters. How much space there is. They're going to, okay. We have Oscura Signora. We have Ishan. We have Jean-Marc. We have Euribor. Steven. And finally, Puro Espirito. There we go. Chat, as soon as Arya is finished to do to create the poll, you can also vote to vote the people that are in chat to see who is gonna die. Like, or actually survive as the last one. We're gonna see who is gonna survive as the last one. Yep. Remove the flooring? Why should I remove? Do you think that nothing is gonna change if we remove the flooring? But we can make the room smaller for sure. Oh, she's outside. Nope. Nope. Oh, we have to wait for them to get. Okay, that's fine. There we go. You're already dead? Wait, no, you're not dead. You're still there. Like, I mean, there's people that are already hungry. All of them are hungry and tired, by the way. Dislikes mischief. No, you don't dislike mischief. You're gonna love it, Elri. Vote for me? It's not like the more you vote, the more you're gonna get. Oh, I can tell them again. Yeah, we have Oscuro Signore, Ishan, Jean-Marc, Euribor, Steven, and Puro Espirito. Those are the ones. They're all starting already to feel uncomfortable, by the way. They're all feeling uncomfortable already. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ari. Can I have a lot of love for Arya that is doing this on her day off? Like, she could be playing Valorant. Most probably she is, and she's doing this in between games. But she's here helping. Thank you, Ari. Appreciate you for being nice. Appreciate you for helping out. Yes, a lot of love for Ari. But, chat, who in chat has ever, like, played Fortnite? Like, We're all sleeping all together, by the way. They were all sleeping on the floor. Alright. You all fell asleep. You're poor? What do you mean you're poor? Oh, because of the points? You're poor of the points? Sarah, maybe it's because you've been barking and meowing too much? You have 0 tomatoes? That's fair. This is how I'm gonna oh, there. Oh. Oh. They all fell asleep on the floor. They all fell asleep on the floor. Again. This is my way of like getting rid of your points so you're not gonna bow and bark ever again. Wait, let me... I need to center... Okay, this is better. Okay. Consequences of your barks, yes. Are you still barking? I'm still barking over there, so I mean... You did not learn anything. You didn't learn anything. Okay, so this is the 4th batch. So we had the 3rd one was this like we trusted them. We thought they could like, you know, survive. Like they could like die soon enough. They did not die. Then we have the 51k points. Shit. Then we got the pool. Then we got the fire. Then we got... Oh, this is the 4th one. We're in the 4th one, right? We're in the 4th one. By the way, fucking hell, 50? Chat, 50? Holy! I think, yeah, the bet is over. I think the bet is over, yeah. You can make them longer, by the way, the bets. You can make them longer, just for the future. It's fine. These ones are fast ones. Ethan is a cheerful sim. Yeah, we know that Ethan is a cheerful sim. Ishan, sorry, I don't know why I said Ethan. They're starting to feel hungry, to be honest. Same. Oh, because it's 7 PM, that's why I'm feeling hungry. I should order myself something. Because actually... I put the story about me getting a tattoo and my sister answered, "What?" Okay, I'm getting something to eat. Because I want something to eat. Let me figure it out what something could be. Oh, I think that I'm gonna get something that I wanted to get yesterday, but again I didn't get it. Sister is a bit dumb too, I'd say. Welcome in my world. You want something, Zeko? What do you want? I do have a sister. I have an older sister. She is 3 years older than me. And we're complete opposite. Like, she doesn't know anything about... how is it? About technology at all. Like, 0. You know what I'm gonna get? I'm gonna get Chinese beef bowl, which is beef with onions. It's so good. It's so freaking good. Soy sauce and an egg. Oh, and with rice under. But there's no vegetables. Alright, Jake. Thank you for though. I think I'm gonna get that one. There's... It's fine if there are no veggies, right? And then I get a tea. Because tonight I'll be live in at Ang's like in Ang's stream, because we're going to Serna, right? Next weekend where I'm taking you all also to the Serna. We're gonna have on the 2nd of November, we're having the cooking stream in an Airbnb, which is gonna be mad because I will not have anything there. Like I won't have like spoons or like things to put in the oven. It's gonna be a mess. So I'm gonna be there, and we're gonna be doing that in Grenoble because it's the place where I did for the first time. Like I started streaming, so we're celebrating 2 years there. And then we are gonna be let me out, not yet. And then the day after, like on the 3rd, we're gonna go to Serna. I don't study physics or something, but there's someone in chat, Meccanicarlo, who is working there, and he gave us the opportunity to go. And since we can be maximum 5 people, considering me and another content creator, Ang, that are going, then there were 3 free spots. Geneva is cute, yes. And we're gonna go. I think I'm gonna do it also in real life in Geneva. We're gonna have 3 spots, and since his community is way bigger, like he has been streaming for longer than me, or at least he has been a Twitch thing for longer than I have been. So he will have 2 spots and I have only 1. And since I felt bad about that only 1, I'm gonna give it to like my mod who's already in Switzerland, so it will be faster. Pumpkin, you have no idea what you just did. Pumpkin, you're going in my blacklist. Pumpkin, you're gonna go in my blacklist right here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Kami. Yeah, Zeko. Mr. Wait. You're going in my list, Mr. Pumpkin. I appreciate you for the sub, but you don't know, Pumpkin, what is gonna happen. Do you see up here? Do you see what's going on up here? Well, people are dying. People, whoever subscribe is gonna get into this pit of people and you might gonna die or you might survive. If you survive, you will have 1 chance of becoming VIP on this stream. Can you not make Jean Vieux win tonight, please? Why, Ashkelon? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I don't know what we plan for tonight, to be honest. I think it's gonna be more about like... oh yeah, because I was saying like Enk. Since Enk has these 2 spots and he has a big community, he made like... We made a quiz yesterday night and we were like talking like... oh, I have to order. I have to order. We made like a quiz with people and they have to just... no toppings. Oh, tapioca, no toppings. We made a quiz with general questions, and tonight I think it's gonna be more about like discussing, talking with them, understanding who we like, who we don't like, and all of that. Mostly because we will have to spend like 24 hours with them, right? So we're figuring out that one. Yes, I'm getting that chicken, by the way. That meat. Oh, it's so fucking expensive. Why is it so expensive? Oh, because of that. Oh, it's fine. Okay. No one is dead yet. Continue to check out. All right. Place delivery. Right space. Yeah. In 30-50 minutes. Shit, I'm gonna be so hungry. I'm gonna be so hungry. Okay, we're done. So like tonight we're gonna be having that one. Hi Rosella, we're killing people. Hi. Actually subscribers. We actually have Isha, we have Oscuro Signore. We have people in here dying. From Marisa, maybe will be useful for Halloween. Is he actually? Shit. I'm actually like, I actually plan to do like, I have to learn how to do like a eager kind of makeup. You know what we're doing? Check on them, alright? You check on them. Wait, here. Check on them, because I will be going to get the makeup stuff, so we can try to do the eager kind of makeup stuff. You can help me out to try it out, alright? Be right back. What? Is Sandro cleaning the floor? Is the ghost of Sandro cleaning the floor? What the fuck is happening? Okay, be right back, be right back. died? Who was it? Buddha's. Oh my god! What did I miss? I thought it was going to take a little bit of time. Holy! Wait. Oh, Asmode, I'm so sorry you subscribed. I'm so sorry. Look at what I'm doing to the people that subscribe. Holy, how did they die? Asmode, thank you so much for the sub. I'm gonna add you. Asmode. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for that. Wait, let me delete the people that died. So, Puro Espiritu is gone. I'm sorry, Puro. I hope it was fast and without any pain. Oh! Ishan also did not survive. Steven did not survive. Elriboy did not survive. Holy... Oh, wait. Oh, because they're already outside. Alright. Oh, let me put them there so they can become ghosts. Holy... There you go, your tomatoes. Let's see if someone else is gonna die. Someone else died. Ishan also died. Oh, no more Ishan? Oscuro Signore. No more Oscuro Signore in this game. And also Jean-Marc. Jean-Marc is also gone. Wait, who is the last one? Who was the last one standing? Oh, I got confused. I think that it was Oscuro Signore. Wait, Oscuro Signore won once. Oscuro Signore won once. Oh my god, thank god, because he had only one more shot. No, 3 more shots. Oscuro Signore won. He won. Oh, nice. Okay. Oscuro Signore won once. So at least we're not gonna give it one more shot. It's already all gone, chat. It's already gone. You're in heaven. It's good there. Is it nice? Is it pretty? Is it enjoyable? Oh shit. So many dead people. So many dead people. Holy. Did someone... Oh, come on. Give me the tombs. I need them. I need to put them outside. I need to put them outside. You're a sadist? No, not at all, actually. It's my very first time killing someone on The Sims because I'm always very scared of killing people here. One more. I need one more tomb. And then we're cool. Come on. Give me the last person. Everyone is here talking bad about me. What? Look at all the people crying. Look at all of them crying. You didn't even know them. Why are you crying? Oh, hell. I thought we had more time. Apparently we did not. Apparently we did not. Okay, we need... I'm laughing at dead people. Shut up. I'm not... They're not dead people. We need more people. So we need... Ishan. Ishan again. Ishan has 8 more spots. Okay. We're gonna go popularity. Let's go this one. We haven't done it, that one. One more Ishan. How do we kill them this time? How are we gonna kill them this time? Yes, it is a real tattoo. Athletic. Let's go. How do we kill this time? Do you want to go for the pool, but then we don't have the tombs?
Barner's a torque.
Then we need Simone 99. Oh, wait, what happened? What? Oh, there's something happening on my good notes.
Oh.
What the heck? Oh, why is... What the heck? What? There's a white spot. I cannot see who's down there. We have Simone 99. Oh, let me check it from here. Okay. You ready, Simone? You got this? All right. Everything is cheap. What the heck? I need not everyone, but only the subscribed. Okay. Then we have Puro Spirit, Stephen. We got a Simone. We got an Angelo. Oh, we need to put him something. Nature, this one. We need Angelo.
Skimbo, you nabla.
Angelo,
Surely quizzer.
Dark. We got this. You're gonna have a big family over there. Then we have Pumpkin.
Narga. Shift
Mr.
am soon.
Pumpkin. I think this is the last batch. This should be the last batch.
Ooh, like
And then
Holy Nine Mokosa.
Sarah, I skipped you, right? Oh, because wait, I'm skipping this one. Okay, we have Lapa, Clade. Okay, Clade. One. Oh, Davian. So let's go with Davians. Okay. Lapa has 2 entries.
Omiva. Uh-huh.
Saurus. I don't know if this is gonna be the last one actually. I think we have one more. If someone wants to join this death roll, you still have one more.
Wanjini
Lapa had 2, but we're gonna add Mr. Pump. No, wait, didn't. Mr. Pumpkin. Oh, Sarah. Sarah. Alright. Are we ready for this one? Let's go for knowledge. You're gonna go for the knowledge. Are we ready for one more?
Ooh.
Are we ready for this one? What is an eager? Holy. We're gonna try it out. I'm gonna show it to you. Alright. Hi, Zilla. Hello. Don't look what we're doing. We're being nice. We're being nice people. Yes. Don't look at the cemetery that you will find back here. It's nothing. It's never existed. I put a door. This door should already like let you understand what is happening. No, you were not expecting the Sims? Yeah. Same. Let them all in. It's not actually The Sims. It's more like we're doing like a little game with the community. You know, like a little interesting game of like surviving. Well, and like while we wait for them to die, which is actually the game that we're playing right now. While we wait for that, we're on her. Yeah, my chat. Oh, it's fine. Are they all in already? Okay. We have to give the points. Let me give the points to... Who was the last one that won? Oscuro Signore. Okay, let me give the points to Oscuro Signore. To everyone who voted for them. Alright. There we go. Let me start a new one. Who will win? And here in this 5th batch. Fifth batch of the Hunger Games. Of the Hunger Subs. We have the new contestants. Among the new contestants, we have... I'm gonna show you all their things. We have Lapasaurus, who is a music lover, materialistic, muser, and ambitious. He is trying to get out of this place. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Then we have Sarah, who is self-absorbed, and she's gonna be self-absorbed in a house full of people. And nothing else. So she has nothing else to think about. Then we have... What's your name? Mr. Pumpkin! Mr. Pumpkin. Who is currently active. He can go around this very particular room more over and over again if they want to. We have a very romantic Simone. In there. Then we have Ishan. Oh, it's not Sarah. It's another Sarah. It's Sarah with the underscore. Then we have another Ishan in here, who is expecting to find some art. I don't know what kind of art you can expect to see in a very horrible place. Then we have the Foodie Clade. Holy Clade, you're not gonna see any food. Any. And then we have another art lover, and there's also a bra. Still Ishan. So Ishan has 2 entries in this game. And then we have Angelo, who is domestic. I mean, it couldn't be better than that. And it's family oriented and loyal. Let's see how that is gonna turn out. You have 2 minutes for this prognostic. Choose your battle. Choose who's gonna survive last. Who's gonna be the last survivor of the 5th batch of these Hunger Games. Hunger Subs. In the meantime, while we wait for them to die... I love this game. While we wait for them to die, we're gonna be working on my eager kind of makeup, because I don't know how to make it, and I need to have like a kind of eager kind of makeup for Halloween. The Sims Hunger Games plus learn eager makeup. My capo. Done. Eager definition. If you search on the internet, if you search on Google eager, you're gonna find it like very easily. So like I saw a lot of like tutorials on how like they have like these very strong you're trusting Clade. Oh, look at that. If I were you know, Pumpkin, I would not do the all those push-ups, but you can predict, by the way. What I saw is like they have this very strong kind of things, but the point is like they usually use eyeliner, and I suck with the eyeliner. This is the 5th. We should have one more batch, but like they go from down here up, I think, or at least like we also gonna try the lipstick, you know, because that is also a big thing, because the lipstick that I will have to wear for the cosplay is gonna be full black. Only not bad. We're starting not too bad, you know, like it could be way worse, because then it has to be like a big one. It has to be like a big one. Apparently it's like this brown eyeliner. Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to like to go for the eager kind of mood, you know. So like there's this girl with very big eyelashes, and I think that I will have to wear like eyelashes. Oh yeah, you see, it's already wrong. Like it should be straight. It should be like, when I look at it, it should be like completely straight. Oh, I messed it up. I already messed it up. Halloween makeup, yeah, very much. Oh, Lee, wait, let me. There's always like a ghost cleaning up. Like. Is this eager enough? You didn't understand anything? Like, look at the pictures. Look at their makeup. I think that if you looked at their makeup, you would understand better. Was that an UFO? Oh! Oh no, it's not dead. I was hoping someone was already dead. Like, the important thing is, like, the eyeliner should be... Okay, I think that here it's getting better. I think that here it's a little bit better. It looks like in Cleopatra, though. Oh, my definition of eager is different than yours? I'm thinking about, like, you know, the eager makeup. Do you know what that is? Do you know the definition of that? Like... I'm thinking about the goth eager. Maybe that's why it's different. That's the eyeliner. I think this is the eyeliner, but I feel like it's more like, it feels more like Egyptian than actually like. The Sims keep falling asleep, by the way. Okay, this is way different than this one. No, not emo girl, but it's goth girl. Holy shit, this is so bad. Hi Annie, how are you doing? How is it going? Do you know how to do makeup? I'm trying to do the one for that I'm gonna be wearing for Halloween because I have no idea on how to make it. I'm trying to have like a decent idea of how it would look like. I mean, is it that bad? Symmetry is not a thing. Yeah, I know, but is it bad? I think that would be good. Plus, if I put like a couple of like lashes. The one on the left looks weird. I feel like both of them look weird. Oh shit. I should feel like, oh my god, I cried so much because of my emotions. Left is much better. Wait, what is your left though? Which one is your left? Is this your left or is this your left? Which one is your left? This is your left. Tell me, this is the one closer or farther away from the Sims? Your middle eyes are left. The one closer. This one is the one on the left, which is my right. It looks weird. It's actually the one that. They don't look the same. I mean. Do I look too much like like the Arancia Meccanica? Did you know that? Because then, look at what I would have to do also. Like, I would also have to do... as soon as I put the lipstick this way, you will know what I'm gonna go for this Halloween, I think. More... Actually, I should go United these. Is that a mustache? I'm not gonna go as French. Oui, oui, bonjour. Voilà, ça dit quoi, ça dit quoi? Et ça, c'est mon travestiment, grosse-monte, pour Halloween. Architecto baguette. Non. Oui. Wait, almost done? Toxic? Toxique! C'est pas toxique! Oui. Oh! I had it up! It should be only the upper lip. Should only the upper lip. Not the lower lip. It looks like a mustache. Shit! I'm not Super Mario! I'm not! I start one. No. Shit! Come on, it's supposed to be Shigo! Wait, maybe I can make it like bigger. It's me, Johnny, no! Wait. Today's mail was delivered, bruh. I don't think that we care about the mail. The bills have been delivered. Alright. Come on! Nice message. I'm trying to. I'm not trying to. We're trying my Halloween costume while we also kill people in The Sims. And this is the content for today. Come on! This is not. This doesn't look like Shigo. What the fuck?
Moo tipped 51 euros to removal fund.
Moo! Moo, what the fuck? What the heck? $51. Man! Tattoo removal fun. Shut up, it's so good. Shut up, it's so good. We got tipped $51. Mo, thank you so much for that. That I'm not gonna remove my tattoo. I'm going for Shigo. Shigo has only like the upper lip colored. Okay, might look dumb. It's not good. Is the lipstick bad? Should I put in both lips? But then it's not gonna be. Someone died already! Angelo died! Angelo is out of the game. Angelo is already out of the game, chat. Angelo is already out. Let me remove them. Oh! Sarah is also out! No! Okay. Sarah is out. Angelo is out. Who else is gonna be out? Holy! Who else? Simone? Simone, I'm so sorry. You're out. Shit. We're creating a big cemetery. You don't win if you die first. You don't. Clade! Wait, where are you? Why didn't I write you down before? I didn't. Well, you're out. Lapa is also out. One of the Lapa is also out. Holy shit! They're all dying like flies. Holy! Charlie Chaplin. I'm not Charlie Chaplin. Oh, materialistic. Who has to be materialistic in these moments? Ishan! Fuck, Ishan is not getting any. Mr. Pumpkin! Holy! Who is the last one? Ishan! Okay, Ishan got one. Ishan got one. Let's go. Let's go, Ishan. It has paid off. Finally, one win. So, the winner for the 5th batch of the Hunger subs is Ishan. Clubs in chat for Ishan. Clubs in chat for Ishan. And now there are the ghosts coming to cry for the fallen ones that are gonna join them. Because they know what is gonna happen. They know that the rest of their life is gonna be just like that. Just like that. Let me choose on Ishan. Was it Ishan? Yes, I'm so scared of like making mistakes. Good job, Ishan. Very good job. We're all very proud of you for doing so much. Give me their tombs. I need to put them in place. We need to create these. Like Anko created the theater of the subs. I'm gonna create the cemetery of the subs. Like you actually have you actually have your names here. So I mean, I feel like this is worth it, right? You're gonna have forever your name in this cemetery. And like if we continue to do it, like there's not gonna be any more space here, you know? Good job, Ishan. How do you join, Annie? You join the subs, but like the subs thing by either like gifting 1 subs or subscribing, you know, like that's how you get 1 entry. And if you win, like right now we're gonna have as the final batch, we're gonna have Zingaro, Oscure Signore, Kotpad, Hidden Partition, and Ishan are gonna be trying at the end. They're gonna be the ones trying to get to have like the VIP. Wait, I wanted to like try something actually before. I think that this would be cool if I did. You know, just a little bit. This is too long. Is it any way better? Is it in any way better? I have big hair. I have the wig. I have the wig. Because like the other solution to go full black, but it's not Shigo anymore. This is not Shigo anymore. Lapa! Lapa, shit! Lapa, shit! Thank you for the 5. What the fuck? We have to... Lapa, you're too many. Fuck, you have 6 chances now. You're back to... Wait, what did I do? Oh. You're back to have 6 chances? Shit. Lapa really wants to win. You wear a top hat now. Wait. No! Stop it! I'm not Charlie Chaplin. I'm not Charlie Chaplin. I am trying to look like a super villain. I am trying to look like a super villain. No lower lip. I know I should not be lower lip too. There should not be. About to have 6 thumbs. You want to have a lot of thumbs? Is that why you're here? Thank you so fucking much for the 5. I appreciate you. What the heck? Suidenti?
Me boon grash.
You're right. Yeah, it also tastes like... I'm not used to have like... You like my tattoo? Thank you, appreciate you. Shit, we have to go for the last batch. The last batch has its... Oh. The last batch is just Lapa. It's just Lapa and Asmund. That's everything that there is in the last batch. Shit. What if I'm gonna put Lapa. Wait, who's calling me? No, they're calling me from Sicily. They're calling me for something. Lapa versus everyone. Shit. Last batch. We have the last batch of like of the Sims of the Hunger subs. Wait, when am I getting the food? The food, is it almost here? Oh, it's here. Wait, let me go grab my food. I'll be right back. Holy, I thought it was like the someone just scamming me. In the end, it was just the delivery guy that was trying to give me the food. Holy, so tired. All right. How it's written, batch. Like that. That's how it's written. That's exactly like that. What the heck? So how do we run it? How do we run the last one? Because we have Zingaro, Oscuro, Kotpa, Hidden, Ishan, Lapa, and Asmond. We have these 7 people. Shall we put them all together and we give Lapa 2 choices, two chances? Like getting 2 chances at the end, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I would say we run it like this. We go for Zingaro. Ro. There we go. Who's gonna be athletic? Oh. Alright, and then we have Oscuro. One last shot for them. A mischievous Oscuro. And then we have Kotpa. I remind you, at the end, what they're gonna get is VIP. So I mean, it's it could be a lot. Could be a lot. Hidden.
Ooh, Bernala.
Partition. Food. All right. We have Ishan.
Algarez Vinkira.
Like that. Let's go with fortune. I'm gonna give you some fortunation right there. Then we have Lapa. Holy. Saurus. You wrote it completely randomly, the name? Alright. Love. You're gonna get a lot of love. And then we're gonna have Asmond. Asmond. Alright. This, knowledge. Very knowledgeable. And one more for Lepa.
Hitagump Shlo. Zamboom Inabosh.
Saurus. One more. Alright. We are ready. We are ready for the last Hunger Games. Last Hunger Subs. Oh wait, I was not showing you everything. Last Hunger Subs. You ready? Last Hunger Subs is gonna start super soon. Thank you for appreciating the lipstick.
Oh, what genie?
No, wait. We just created. We just created the household. Shit. Oh, this one. Okay. Transferring you in here. No. How can I? There we go. Those are the ones that I want to play. Them. All right. We're ready. We're ready to start the last batch of this Hunger Subs. Kami, if you are there, can you help me out with the predictions? Look at them. The chance that you can get in the Forever Cemetery down there. Let's start with the door. I'm gonna put the door right there. And then everyone goes inside. Everyone go in. Go home. Go enjoy your little tiny space. Nice. Names. Oh, yeah, I'll give you the names. Okay, Kami. I would need Lapa. Lapasaurus. I would need Lapasaurus. Let me remove the door. We're starting the last one. Lapasaurus, Kami. Ishan. Hidden Partition. Oscuro Signore. Asmond. Kotpa. And Zingaro. Dark Moma. Yeah, today is a Dark Moma day because I also got like tattoos. You know, that's why we're gonna go in dark mode. That's why. So the one that will survive to this is gonna be getting VIP on the channel. You're missing one? It's normal. It's normal. Lapa should be done twice. So Lapa got 2 entries. No. If you got 7 out of 8, it's perfect, Kami. You dislike fitness. No, you'd like fitness. Go run around. But I can repeat them again. You have 6. Okay. I have Lapasaurus. Ishan. Hidden Partition. Oscuro Signore. Asmund. Kotpa. And Zingaro. We are actually killing the people. Then if you die, you're gonna have your little thumb there. You got them. Thank you, Kami. So you can bet who's gonna die last. And I'm also gonna eat a little bit. I'm gonna get. Oh, it's fine, Kami. It's fine. Oh. No, don't fall. Okay, I need. Wait, it was all on the sides. I need chopsticks. Let me get them. To be honest, I'm really digging the black lipstick. I really like it. There's such a mess up here, by the way. This is all the mess from the tattoos. Holy. I don't know if I got the right makeup for the like kinda eager that I was going for, but nothing. Like it's better than nothing. And I got like I got this thing that is like Chinese. I used to have it when I was in Taiwan so much, which is like beef with the onions. So good. It's better than the one under the only upper lip. Fair enough. Fair enough. What time is it? It's already 8. Chat, did you have dinner? Did you have something to eat? It's so good. Yum yum. Yum 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 yum. Really good. No! The back lipstick suits me because I'm pale. Fair enough. No, Jake, go get yourself food. I swear, it's really important that you get food. 2 hours ago. Okay, 19. But at least did you have like a good meal today? You should always have at least one nourishing meal per day. At least. Oh my god. I have all the black lipstick on that thing now. Where are you from, Chuck? Where are you from? Where is it like already like only 1 p.m.? Is it US? Zico, your order is arriving. What is the group dying? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're in the Middle East, Fero? So did you eat? You should have. Ro, shouldn't you be sleeping? Yes, Sacro, you lost. I'm sorry. This is the final batch. This is the final batch of people. No. You are in there, Hidden. You are in there. Alright, Pablo. Oh my god, G-Gothic. Yeah, I actually like the Gothic vibes, but I don't think that I can... I don't think that I can fit them. Hidden, you are... Let me find you. This one. You're this big guy with the white shirt. Never lucky, I feel you. Same, Sacro. Sakura, are you from Italy? So like, did you go to the gym on a Sunday evening? Is it Sunday today? Yes, it's Sunday. Yes, it's Sunday. Shit. Proud of you if you did. Really. It's 5 a.m. Did you sleep or like you haven't slept yet or you already slept? Like are you still awake or are you already awake? It's not Monday, Kami. Don't make me scared. No, but I'll let you know. Like if tomorrow you come back to the chat and you have a VIP, you know why. You know what happened. Stop! I know that it's not Monday. It's not Monday. I know it. You know how I know it? I know it because my parents went on a out for dinner with my family. Like there is like a family reunion. And I did not go. You have no idea what happened to the wall. You have no idea how much I appreciate you for giving me excuses to not go to these things. I really, really do. Poor parents? No, it's fine. I always am with the parents. It's like the rest of the family. It's Monday and my name is Tito. Hi. This is like Chinese beef with onions and an egg. Zeko is ignoring you? Why? What did he do? Your name is not Tito. Kami, don't be mean. I don't know if this is a mean. Okay, dude. Kami, don't be mean. Ignore them, Tito. Ignore them. That's a mean bot. It's not actually a real person. I don't think that my mom saw the results yet of this tattoo. I really like it. If it stayed like this, I really like it. Mods are real bot. Mods are bots that I made. And some of them, like, you know, they have issues. Like, they're you know, they're taking control sometimes. Tato, did you have dinner yet? By the way, do you know that actually, like, so many times I would love to be like the kind of goth girl and like yeah, I do game a little bit. Chocos con tinta. ¿Qué es chocos con tinta? Station spots as well? Yes. I don't know if it's the same for y'all, but I have like, I would love to have a type of personality, but in the end I don't, like, I cannot. Like, I would love to be that kind of mysterious and like, you know, very kind that has this kind of voice, that very low voice, and maybe a little bit like, a little bit deeper and like softer. Like, bro, no, I cannot. I'm dumb. I am so dumb. I cannot hold this kind of aesthetics. Not eating cuttlefish with egg. Not eating that. Can I go in sleeping at 20 or is it bad? You can. You definitely can. Come on, I got it today, the tattoo. Don't you have like a PhD or something? No, I got masters. I'm not. I just got a master. What? How do you know? Name. That was your first time chatting. How do? What? You're a lurker? Dude, I'm very, very happy that today you felt the courage to write, or like, not courage, but you felt interested enough to write something. Happy to be here. What are you? Man, you've been following for 1 year and today was your first messaging chat? Holy shit! BBQ. I don't remember BBQ, Dakran. Who was that? Oh no, maybe I remember something. I remember something about BBQ. It's telling me something. Most of the times I jumped in, you were studying, so... Oh. Do you ever study with us, you two? Holy. I appreciate... To all the lurkers out there, I appreciate you. One. Listen, the first message might be scary to have, alright? I think, like... Especially for me, like, now... Oh! Someone is already dead! Hidden is dead! Hidden died already! Lapa already died! Oh my god! Hidden died! Oh my god! Ishan! Shit! Is it actually gonna be Godpa? Is it actually gonna be Godpa? Who died again? Who what? Asmund! Lapa died entirely, even if they had two choices. Wait. Who was that? Asmund died? Who are the last ones? God? Oh, we have only Godpa? No, Godpa is dead! Zingaro is gonna be! Zingaro! No, Oscuro Signore, still. Oscuro Signore got it! Oscuro Signore got it! Oscuro Signore. GG. GG to Oscuro Signore. Holy, this was intense. Holy. GG to Oscuro Signore. Holy. Sauron. Oh yeah, actually. Holy. Good job. I mean, it's not like you did much, but GG's. Oscuro Signore survived. Still dead. Now it's dead too, but shit. He was the last one standing ever. Nice. Nice. He gifted many subs? He gifted like 10. He gifted 10. Holy. It's not pay to win. Well, I mean, it could have, like, he had more chances. But it's like at the lottery, like, you know, like, come on. I had to do something. I didn't know how to make it. Don't be mean, I'm trying. Mordor will rule on the realms. But, one thing... No, he's also gonna get his tomb, actually. Everyone is gonna get their tombs. And the people that actually got to the last time, they're gonna get double their times. Double their names in the cemetery. You got Oli! GG to everyone. GG to the survivors of the last game. And also, this 5th batch of the Hunger subs is done. Wait, creative lesson? Lapazaros just got creative. How can you get Bro, what the... You're dead. How can you become creative when you're dead? Holy. We need like a ending music. Let me find it. Ending music. Wait, exit music. What is the exit music? Oh, it's from Radiohead? What is that? Wait, let me... It's game over. It's game over, chat. Ending scene music. I guess we can go with... Nice! That was good. They should call me to do this kind of motivational speeches. I was talking shit most of the time. This is the final tomato. Shut up. Good job, chat. We hold it up. We were carrying this day. We were carrying this day. I don't know if I saved. Fuck, I don't know if I saved. Fuck, I don't know if I saved. Oh well, that's gonna be a problem for the G of the future. Alright, alright, alright. That's gonna be a problem of the future, I guess. You feel inspired? Let's go, Zappa. I'm happy you're feeling inspired. Time to do it all again, no? Classic G finale. Holy. Holy. Wait, when did we get to 57? When did that happen? When did... No, this was not the last stream. Shut up, Kami. This was not the last stream. But it was for sure the last thing that we were going to do tonight. People, I'm gonna finish to eat my food. And then I'm gonna meet you at Enk in like around 1 hour to do the quiz. I appreciate you being here tonight. It was lovely to spend the Sunday with you. Don't, it's not gonna be the last stream. Shut up. If you wanna join us, we're gonna be doing some stupid shit usually on Discord. Pay the bet. Oh yeah, pay the bet. Pay the bet. Mods, please pay the bet. Please pay the bet to Oscuro Signore, please. Please. That's not the last stream. Shut up. No, no. No. Thank you for paying the bets. I hope you got a lot of points. I'm gonna go for a raid to Enk since we're gonna meet him later there. I super duper appreciate you being here. I hope you like this kind of stupid shit. Next weekend, I don't know what it's gonna be to next weekend. Colpa, Oscuro Signore won. Next weekend, we're gonna be doing something else. I don't know what yet. I'm gonna think about something stupid for sure during this week. Tomorrow, it's not gonna be last stream. Tomorrow, I'm gonna... No, it's not the last stream. Stop it. We're gonna be on Monday. Tomorrow, we're gonna be back here. We're gonna be studying with the tattoos. So be ready for many people to be like, oh my god, why did you get that tattoo? It's gonna be fine. Tomorrow, right? Yes. Last stream of the week. Yes, last stream of the week. But I'll see you all tomorrow to study all together, to focus together. And next weekend, we're going to be doing something. I don't know what. But on the 2nd, it's our 2 years anniversary of streaming. Kind of excited for that. I'm very triggered. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. If you're going to be studying with us. Remember to also follow on Instagram so you will know if I will be late tomorrow. Hi. And usually also I will write it down also on Discord if I remember and I'm not being dumb. But yeah. 10 days are missing to the 2nd November. We have enough day. Be nice, everyone. Be good. Okay? Love you. Bye.